It's time for us to play some Dwarf Fortress, shall we? The fortress is currently in absolute shambles because the last time I streamed, I was exhausted, tired, and not in the greatest mental state. So, a lot of dwarves is about to die, probably. And then the rest of us streaming today is going to be fixing that, unmessing that up, making that better, making it a better place for everybody, and hopefully fixing things. So, let's dive in. I just have to remember which world it is. There it is. Firebolt. Oh, probably. I've heard stuff about the other place downsampling stuff, so.
The money is funny.
Thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, Butter Marcos. It's good to have you around. Yes, I am. My right eye is, doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision. Blindness is a spectrum, in which point I am definitely on the visually impaired side, as I'm not legally allowed to drive in Canada due to my visual impairments.
Welcome back, Cryptwave.
It's good to be back, Raging Cave. How you been, man? The law is just a piece of paper. I mean, that's a thing, sure. So this is a lovely individual. I have almost no squads left. They were all mostly stationed up here. I'm not sure where any of them are at this point. We all into interrupting streamer now, Elfie? You just here to make it harder for me to talk? Here are the dwarves that are currently alive. We have Shake Break, Devilish Potato, Amethyst, Archblaze Stuff, Attacking Sharks. Thanks, guys. Attacking Sharks the second, Baka Glass, Base Case False, Bastet, as well as Bedsaid and Board Guy. Celistaris and Darius Cardred, Dr. Niche, and Dr. Phidias, as well as Gfid and Geysa OCB, and Glass Half Empty, Gobsnack, and Knitwater, as well as Linkman. Lucy Rambles and M Ace N64, Matt Korax, as well as Nilith, Firehawk, and Red Octobear. Included here also is Sentient Potato and Celibot, Shady, and Suited Giraffe, Technophobic Freak, and Van Ori. Wiz the God is at the bottom, and that is everybody in the fortress right now. No, I'm good, Butter Marcos. Remember, repeating the same thing over and over and over again and expecting the same thing to occur is the definition of insanity. Recently passed away, we have Shogun, Dying Sun, and Terminal Wetness, which I was very bummed about. They got shredded by, well, a certain friend. You still exist, must be witchcraft. Yeah, I mean, Thykot's still here, somehow. So, all of the dwarves are currently locked inside. And we have a lot of problems to deal with. We have Matt Korox here, who's currently going to go pick up equipment, which means he's probably going to go get more ammunition, if I had to bet. My soldiers are currently stationed somewhere. We fought with a bunch of goblins right here and narrowly won. I'm going to station all of my squaddies right here, and hopefully they can get there at a time that's reasonable-ish. So, yeah, as for the fortress itself, we are a volcano fort, and this is kind of our open space here. So we have this kind of upper area here that's powering this stuff in here, and then we have, of course, just this lovely volcano here with some outside space, and then all the way down and inside of the fort we have this above ground area where we are raising monkeys and giraffes and rhinos, which is a good time. Cyberdeck Cypher, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for a 6th month. And then over here, we have just a pile of crap in the front hallway, which everybody loves. And then we have our main crafting level, which is, well, down here, mostly. as well as our bedroom layer, which is just kind of slowly sprawling outwards. We've got some water wheels going through here, which needs some prettying up, but, you know, is what it is. And then we have our farming section right here. And then if we go down, we can go down, we can go down. We get down to here where we have a bunch of tombs built, as well as this creature whom killed a lot of us, who is made of crystal glass. And these may not look like coffins, but I swear that they do have coffins in those rooms. So, with all of that done and said, we got a lot of safety stuff to do on this fort. So let's get to work, shall we? Let's get to work. And the first thing we need to do is we need to kill this Cyclops. And I'm sure we'll be able to kill it sooner rather than later. Sooner rather than later. So let's see it move forward. And, well, it appears that Matt Korax is heavily bleeding and winded, as he insisted on running straight into the thing with no real ammo, so wasn't able to do much. Our creature here is still seriously injured and winded. Does have quite a bit of damage done to it if we actually look at it. I mean, he is completely covered in, like, fractures and bruises, which is a good sign. And the last thing that me said was, I was attacked. How exhilarating. So he's into it. So at least that's good, I guess. Now we have this guy running past who just fired a bolt at him and actually hit. Shady did fire the steel bolt, which strike the Cyclops in the hand, chipping the bone, and then a second one, which was lodged firmly, is continuing to back up here. Do you have any more ammo? You do actually have quite a bit of ammo, which probably is actually a good thing. Another bolt just hit him from you down here. Baseline, base case false, fired a bolt upwards, which missed. So another bolt flies. You can kind of see them if you squint and stare very closely. Yep, there goes another one, which is probably hitting, if I were to assume. Yep, second one did hit him. He hit him in the lower body. And then the third one, which he dodged. You've been binging the VODs while at work? But that only lasted you 2 hours. Yeah, the last few VODs are pretty short because I had to stretch content for the VODs channel, which, you know, kind of is what it is, but only so much you can really do, I suppose. So, anyway. The bolts continue to fly out, and we are hitting it. But yeah, when I was at TwitchCon, I shortened the VODs down just a little bit so that I could have coverage, so there'd be something every day, because you got to keep the upload schedule frequent. MB Audio, it's good to see you. I hope that your work week didn't completely obliterate you. And also, chat, how's the audio levels? My audio mixer's a little smaller than I'm used to, so it's a little hard for me to tell how it sound. The flying steel bolt strikes the Cyclops in the lower body, tearing the muscle and tearing the right kidney. Audio's good. Good to hear. Good to hear. More bolts are flying out. Creature is bleeding. This may actually be the duel that wins it. And more bolts are flying. Looks like Thigh Cut here is joining in by punching the Cyclops in the hand. The Cyclops is definitely down and unconscious, so I think we have it now. It's only a matter of time, and there they go. The creature is now dead and can be thrown into the volcano. Ah, fair enough. Gotcha. Yeah, if that can only get you through so much time, then that makes sense. I thought you were talking about the length of the last few VODs, because the last few VODs uploaded were really short. Legendary pincushion? Definitely a legendary pincushion. I can, in fact, say that. Absolutely a legendary pincushion. So the fortress itself is not in the worst space, but I'm going to do something that I don't normally do. Turning off enemies. Now, the reason I'm going to turn off enemies is we've been very frequently attacked. We are in range of not one, but 4 Necromancer Towers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or rather, 1, 2, 3. Where's the 4th one? 4. Yeah, these 2 are mad at us. So we've got these 2 that are mad at us, these 2 that are mad at us, and this Goblin Civ that's now attacking us, and this one that will probably start attacking us. So we've been getting hit by an unreasonable amount of sieges for me to be able to complete the cool projects I'm trying to build. So I'm going to give us like a year. We're currently in the 8th of Timber, late autumn, just to clean this shit up. That's all I want to do. I just want to clean this stuff up. All right, so you're upset the terminal wetness is dead, and our time in the realm of enchantments is so brief beyond fear. So the dwarves are running around to pick stuff up. Let's see if we can get some more tombs made real quick, because I'm going to need these. I'm assuming all of these have been taken. Shrimp Scampi, yes, okay. It does appear that all of these have been taken. Once we get some more tombs made, we will, at that point, once we have everything buried and we're kind of caught up on things, I'm going to, like, name some dwarves. We'll get some dwarves named. Binging a lot of DF is can be a pretty good way to live. I do tend to agree with that statement. But, I mean, I will say that I binged quite a bit of DF before, finally, like, learning it properly. Because that took a lot longer than I think some of you realize for me to learn this game properly. Let's just get these placed, because I want to show you guys a new DF hack command, which is pretty cool, that I quite like. You've been playing at work. Every dwarf of yours has an entire bedroom, office, dining room, and they're living the good life. Hell yeah! It's the way it should be. Do you think someone gifted you a sub while you were at TwitchCon? Maybe on, like, the day I left. Oh, no, I gifted you a sub. I think I gifted you a sub because it tells me who gifted it. Check this out. You hit burial, and then hit Z. So I just built these coffins. Isn't that pretty cool? It just automatically designates all your coffins. So you don't have to do them one by one. Which is pretty good, if you ask me. All right. So I still need to make more coffins. Let's check our orders. We've got plenty of booze. Are we currently making coffins? No, we are not. Rock coffin. Let's make them out of gypsum. Let's make 80. But at the same time, I do appreciate the primes. So I've heard some word through the grapevine that we are going to be getting some new things soon for Dwarf Fortress, which I'm quite excited about. I'm not gonna lie, quite excited about. Get auto-designated without DF Hack 2? They get auto-designated, but the zones don't automatically get made unless you happen to have the zones do not automatically get made unless they have a room around them, and then you can make a multi-room. What kind of new things? Let's just say that I was talking to Tarn, and he says that he's got priorities, and I think you guys all agree with his priorities. Okay, what menu am I looking for? This is the one I'm looking for. Okay, so you have an infection in your finger. Do I have doctors? You have a doctor, a diagnoser, a surgeon. No bone doctor. Okay, let's grab us a bone doctor. Peasant, you are now at a bone doctor. Go see Bone. Other peasant, you are now also bone doctor. Go see Bone. You're a high master surgeon already in the job. Board guy's a novice surgeon. You can get into the job. Diagnoser, you are a high master diagnoser, so you can get that job. And Onul Melville, the fishery worker, you can also have this job. There we go. We've doubled up all the doctors, so hopefully things get done a little quicker. You're giving water, which I'm assuming is what this person needs. They do have an infection, which is always pretty bad, but they are in traction, so they are hopefully getting stuff dealt with. Might be Goose, thank you very much for the 4th month. Do I have soap? I should. I thought I made soap. Pretty sure I made soap. Mostly sure I made soap. I do, in fact, have soap. Yeah, we have literally everything. We have everything except for crutches, which I probably should make. I guess I can make crutches. Hey, chat, post beers. It's one of those, like, I think I have soap. I assume I have soap. God damn it, I hope I have soap. Yeah, no, because I made a bunch of soap-making stuff in a few places around the fortress already. So we've gotten to that. And just a reminder to everybody, as of today, we are testing out streaming on YouTube as well. So we are concurrently streaming on Twitch and YouTube. YouTube doesn't have chat, but if you want to help out the YouTube side of things, the best way to do that is to simply go leave a like on the stream. Because we are doing that now. just to see how it works. Try it out, because we can. Because Twitch allows us to now, so why not? So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make this into like a little temple complex, but I think I was going to say, I think one of the main priorities is we need to have more bedrooms. Well, no, we don't, actually, because enough dwarves died that I no longer really need to worry about that. The bot is fine. Don't worry about the bot. The bot is okay. No swearing or dirty jokes. Temple to the chinchilla god. Yeah, that's the other thing we really need to build a nice large temple to the holy chinchilla god of chinchillas. And Toulon. Oh, that's why surgery wasn't getting done, is because my surgeon is in prison. What did you do? Dear Toulon, what did you do? Ah, you offended my baron. Well, that's unfortunate. Also, All Mind Control. I see a notification about this, but I definitely missed it in the chat. All Mind Control, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you, dude. Means a lot. It really does. All right, so let's name a couple dwarves. So we're only doing this through Twitch chat. But if you would like a dwarf, they pick me. Pretty simple. Pick me. And I will search your name and see if you have a dwarf currently, and if you don't, well then, we'll find you a dwarf. Tellin Artho. You know what, let's see, actually. Tellin, can I actually give you the thing that you always ask me for and I never give to you? We do in fact have a nephew that I could give you. And you're currently hauling a corpse. So you're currently placing an item in tomb, and he cracks easily under pressure. He can be very single-minded and lives a fast-paced life. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he is a friendly individual. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and is slow to anger. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he often feels lustful. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he could be considered rude. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He talks himself whenever he gets bored, and he tenses up when he's nervous. He personally values self-control and values eloquence and doesn't really value merrymaking and doesn't care about nature one way or another and doesn't feel strongly about the law and dreams of raising a family. He likes brimstone and silver and fire opal, gauntlets and rabbits for their ears and giants for their height, and the words of the poem of lessons, and the sight of the amethyst of incense. And when possible, prefers to consume red panda, fisher berries, and can't stand mosquitoes. And you don't worship any gods. All right, let's see who next here. There's a bit of a line, but we'll go through it as best we can. Safe Keeps does not currently have a dwarf. So, Safe Keeps, congratulations. You are now Muthcat. Safe Keeps says everything's all right. And is stingy with resources when working on projects, refuses to expend any extra effort, is somewhat unquarrelsome, and is bothered by this, since he values friendship. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to think before acting, and he tends to consider what others think of him. And Beefcake, thank you very much for the 10-pack. I will address that in a second. Appreciate you, dude. And he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. And he is troubled by this, by his own nature, as he prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Seriously, Beefcake, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. We're extraordinarily kind. Extraordinarily kind. And to anybody who got one of those, raise your beers. Appreciate you guys. He personally doesn't respect society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and he respects the development of his skill and dreams of family raising. And I was about to say needs pants, but no, he does in fact have pants. His skin is the same color as his pants. All right, chat, because you guys pushed like all of the named dwarf stuff up into oblivion, if you'd like a dwarf, say pick me. I will continue to move through the list. with modern. That's such an interesting like take for a lot of studios these days, right? It's like, we designed the game to be future-proof with modern hardware in mind. Dwarf Fortress should just say that. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress could, of course, run better, but we designed it to be future-proof with modern hardware in mind. You know, with modern hardware in mind. Dwarf Fortress. Modern. Sorry, there's some things I can't even, like, say with a straight face. It's just too funny. Okay. Let's try this out. Let's try this out for size, shall we? Laia, yes, your dwarf Dida. Laia's dwarf Dida. Laia, how does a armorer sound to you? And a legendary armor smith who is satisfied at work after smoothing wall. He is very friendly and tries to say nice things to others. He is swayed by emotional appeals and can handle stress. He is quite ambitious and doesn't feel envious of others and does not often feel lustful. He is curious and eager to learn and is given to flights of fancy. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter in hand, and he has a calm demeanor. He is quite polite, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He occasionally overindulges, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he taps his feet when he's annoyed, and he gets easily distracted during conversations. And when he's annoyed. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he dreams of raising a family, and personally prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and does not particularly value the truth. Hey, chat, you want to see something kind of cool? So at TwitchCon, they gave us a thing, which aren't actually that cool, but I have this now. You know what's also, like, kind of stupid? Check this out. Over here on my dumb hotkey pad, I put the Twitch button, and if I push the Twitch button, this happens. I have a Twitch button. Do you have a Twitch button? Anyway. Back to shit that matters. Where was I? Right. I like shirt, fine pewter, as well as crystal phrase and giant snowy owl leather, Drothla bone, and the color pumpkin. Pumpkin's a color, chat. You heard it here first. Quivers and the sound of the aquamarine mother of Norse ceiling, and when possible prefers to consume aardvark and whip wine. I like chain wine, personally. As well as peanuts and rats. You like to eat rats. Did I read that correctly? You hate rats. Oh, okay, so you like to eat whip wine and peanuts, and you hate rats. That last bit don't check out. You have a Twitch button on your keyboard? Really? Is it the button when you twitch violently? All right, so I'll scroll back up to this last round, and I will pick somebody who... Okay, so I'm going to do 2 more names, and one of them is new, and one of them just threw a bunch of money at me. So we're going to go with that way. Because I'm assuming Beefcake doesn't have one. Yeah. So Beefcake is getting one. Was going to give you somebody really angry, but I feel like that would be kind of mean. So instead, I will give you Cybrek, who's kind of neutral. Beefcake, the cheesemaker, who's a talented mace dwarf who's very rusty. He does not find most jokes humorous and does not go out of his way to help others. He enjoys the company of others and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He tends to be a little... tight with resources when working on projects. So, chat, something that I learned in this fort that I've never known in the past. Did you guys know that enemies can topple constructed minecart tracks? Meaning, what if, like, you had a constructed minecart track over a big hole with, like, some hot water at the bottom, like lava or something, and they cave themselves in? I'm just saying, I think that would be kind of funny. But Beefcake here does not go out of his way to help others and enjoys the company of others. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. He is often cheerful, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he begins to talk more slowly when he's angry, and he chews his lips when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally treasures independence and thinks working hard is an abject idiocy and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and he sees competition as wasteful and important, and he sees introspection as important and dreams of creating a great work of art. And he likes stibnite and black bronze and yellow diamond and cat leather and great horned owl bone, the color taupe and bolts and crutches and pigs for their sense of smell. The words of the poem of lessons and the sound of the lilac of meadows and the sight of the euphoria of saffron, and when possible prefers to consume sea monster. Good luck with that. Mango wine and almonds, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. And the last one I'm going to name today is a brand new subscriber. We're gonna name All Mind Control. All Mind Control, you can be. I just noticed my soldiers were still stationed, so. You can be a chief medical dwarf. How's that sound? Be a lady dwarf. She's a chief medical dwarf. Chat, would you trust Dr. All Mind Control to give you an injection? Because I trust most doctors with most things, but I don't know if I would trust Dr. Mind Control. Hello, I'm Dr. Mind Control, and I'm here to inspect that cut on your leg. Speaking of Dr. Mind Control, Dr. Mind Control generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is quick to anger and often feels discouraged. She has a calm demeanor and she has an active sense of humor, mostly about her name. She doesn't focus on material goods and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and occasionally overindulges. Her voice trails off when she's trying to remember something. And she runs her fingers through her hair when she's thinking. She bites her nails when she's annoyed, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at inclement weather and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Would you trust Dr. All Mind Control with my allergies? No, because I think that I was sneezing and it was some sort of mind control. It's all mind control, everybody. Is raising a family. Dreams of raising a family. Personally sees war as a useful means to an end. Values good craftsmanship and disregards tradition. Doesn't really see the point of working hard. And likes andesite and trifle pewter, as well as red zircon and bat bone, hemp fabric and spears, mail shirts and flasks and donkeys for their stubbornness, and the words of the poem of lessons, and when possible, prefers to consume giant tapir cheese and lychee wine, and bitter vetch seeds and spinach leaves, and absolutely hates purring maggots. What did the captions say male instead of M-A-I-L or something? Doesn't like female shirts, clearly. The names can be funny. Gotcha. Is City Skylines 2 really actually just that much hot garbage? Because, like, I have it. They gave me a key for it. We're going to be playing some of it later just on Twitch, though. 10,000 mixed reviews seems about right. 1,000 mixed reviews. It's about what I was expecting, I'm not gonna lie. All right, so let's go through here and claim some stuff. And get some bodies removed. Go up to here. And go up to here. Okay, so it's gonna be a little complicated because I've got dwarf corpses that are mine, and dwarf corpses that are very much not mine. Some of them need to be buried in tombs, and some of them don't. Yeah, everybody that I've talked to about it has said that the bones are good. Like, the building blocks of the game are good, but the game itself's so kind of very, 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 very rough. It's feature complete. It's feature incomplete, and paid DLC completes the game, which is depressing. Yeah, I mean, City Skylines 1 was like that too, right? I think City Skylines 1 was just, like, early enough in Paradox's existence that people weren't quite as cynical with that business model yet. But like, remember, the first City Skylines launched without tunnels, which were pretty important. Pretty important for that video game. So you know, it's a good thing that like those got added eventually. But yeah, no, I do tend to agree that like Paradox's business model kind of lends itself to disappointing product at this point, or at least disappointing initial product. Yeah, no, I would, from what I've seen, I would tend to, aside from it running like shit, it seems that way. Not much, Ill Seeker, yourself? Gotta drop $30 on Stellaris again. Yeah, and this is why I'm happy Dwarf Fortress isn't hiring more people. I know that some people disagree with me on that take, but if they hire more people, all that's gonna end up happening is, well, they're gonna have to do the Paradox thing. Before you borrow it from someone. Gotcha. Well, definitely, like, you know, share your Steam info with friends and borrow copies of games that you don't own. Very, very good idea. And of course, you know, the Swedish Public Library always exists. All right, so let's do this. So I'm just going around here and, like, installing flooring. My mouse dexterity is, like, gone. Mako, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. I see I dropped down a layer. That's the problem here. You know when you, like, don't use a computer for a week and then you forget how to use a mouse? Me right now. Quite literally. Like, using a mouse is difficult. I shouldn't give my dad such a hard time for not, like, being able to play video games. I don't give him a hard time, but... Seriously, though, thank you very much for that 5-pack of gift subs. Very much appreciated. Dominoc, thank you very much for the 12 months. Happy spooky season to you, too. We haven't done much for spooky season this year, which I think is a bit of a shame. We need to do more for spooky season. I'm just filling in the space to make it harder for creatures to get in, and then we're going to make walls. And then we'll turn sieges back on once we're a little bit more secure and not just going to, you know, horribly die. Got a new keyboard? So it feels like touching an alien? Yeah. But yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. But it feels like touching an alien. Or it's like, I suddenly feel like I'm on moon gravity. It's like, wow, I feel dizzy because I'm using a new keyboard. I mean, like, this new spacebar is throwing me off. It feels completely different. Like, the texture on it is completely different. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, like, if things get bad, we can just interview the rat about it. What do you think about the new keyboard? You like the new keyboard? Oh, that's good. Chat room, if you're on Twitch, there is a giveaway happening in the chat. If you jump into the chat and type in ! enter, there's 5 minecart certification mugs available for winning. That, of course, being this mug. So if you want to get minecart certified, you can just go to this website, blindirl-shop.fourthwall.com, and pick yourself up one of those mugs, or you can pop into the Twitch chat. Type an ! Enter. That's a lot of mugs, dude. Thanks a ton. It really means a lot. Like, seriously. And how have you been, by the way, Moose? Things are good. Did I read that correctly? That was 5 of them that you gave away? Holy shit, man. All right. Let's unpause this and let them start walling in more of this. Is there anything that I'm missing? That and that, that and that. Mostly all of this. I guess I could start walling up this while things are unpaused. All right, gifted subs, day completed, now complete. Now gotta go on lurk mode and got a mythic raid to attend in. Wow. Enjoy your mythic raid. Get the good drops. We're stuck in one of these. So congratulations to Mako, Dominoc, Neezer, Fire and Ice, and John Shia 483. If your name just got called out by the bot, click on that redeem link or type an ! redeem in the chat, and then click it and then link your Twitch account. You can get yourself a free mug. You can't believe? Well, you are now eligible to be minecart certified. Ain't that cool? I'll say, Nixie, what's up? Good to see you. And thank you to the 30-odd people watching on YouTube as well. You know, 230 on Twitch, 30 on YouTube. Give or take. All right, so we can now get these built up. I don't actually need all of this extra wall here, so I can just do this, I think, right here. Easy peasy. Today you're getting all of the titles. I mean, minecart operator, being minecart certified is maybe one of the best of those titles, I would say, honestly. What happened to the base? Pop got quite decimated. Like 2 undead sieges, Forgotten Beast, and then a Cyclops just as insult to injury. So I would assume so, yes. I know nothing about forklift certification, but assuming it includes running over nobles, then definitely. I do know that there's a YouTuber that has, like, my dick is bigger than yours because I'm minecart certified or whatever the fuck. Or not minecart, because I'm forklift certified. I've definitely seen those t-shirts. Mostly because I know a guy who owns one, who also drives a forklift. Yes, fun things certainly happened, Donnie. Fun things certainly happened. It's great. There's lots of bedrooms now available. Archplay stuff has gone stark raving mad. Well, I'm a bad person. I guess there was a artifact that had started that I wasn't unaware of. Well, chat post beers. Welcome to the fun zone. I mean, we try. I'm over here just like trying to make the caverns somewhat more secure. Really? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I know literally nothing about driving forklifts, so. Aside from that, whenever me and that friend who drives forklifts are in a pub together, if there is a forklift in the general vicinity, we always start planning very elaborate forklift heists to steal the forklift and then make away with as much beer as possible. But we've never actually gone all through with our plans, so we're very ineffective forklift heisties. Yet, yeah, well, our plans are still coming to fruition. One day, the perfect heist will appear in front of us, and we will complete it. And run off with at least a pallet of beer at approximately, like, human running speed. You know, it'll be worth it. Get a lot of misdemeanors. I mean, Jack, come on, like, tell me with a straight face that you haven't just, like, sat at some point planning a elaborate crime that you've never actually carried out. Like, you'd be lying to me if you told me you had. Alan Kalashenkiv, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you, dude. I probably butchered your last name. You would never do that? I mean, come on. Half the fun of going out with friends is planning all the crimes you're about to commit and then not actually doing it. You actually commit crimes. Well, don't admit crimes you've committed in a public chat room. That just seems like a bad thing to do. All right, I'm done looking at YouTube stats now. We're just waiting on this. And then we just have all this stuff down here that I can chop down. There you go. You're installing that. Sweet. How's the general number of bodies doing? Do we have tombs assigned? Okay, so bodies are not getting assigned to tombs anymore, which is a good sign, meaning we probably have enough tombs now, but I got a few more that I can place, as well as a few doors that I can place. You wouldn't be where you are today if it wasn't for the crimes you committed. True, I mean, with a name like All Mind Control, definitely, yes. Username certainly checks out. It's really interesting to me that dwarves have a habit of taking off their clothes after throwing bodies out. Throw a body part or dump stuff into a dump zone and then immediately like strip your clothes off. I just think that's kind of funny. Like, personally, I think that that's really funny. I think that this Zerod Amas's crystal opal should be put onto a pedestal. What do you think, chat? One of your elaborate crime plans with some school friends back in the day, you thought about getting a golf cart and putting a go-kart engine in it. Okay, to make it, because that's how that works. Make it go really fast, steal soda cases, and have an epic police chase while playing Born to Be Wild on a boombox. My question is, why did you think that like a go-kart engine would make a golf cart go faster? That's the question I have about this whole plot. Why did you think that? Archplay's stuff is running around insane. You were idiots? Kids, you were idiots? Yeah, no, I see that bit. But, all right, so we still have a lot of cleaning to do. Like a lot of cleaning to do. And a lot of like touching up to do. We need furniture, we need that. How many bars do I have, like steel bars? I have a lot of iron and a lot of steel. Okay, well that's good. At least that's good. I mean, so we've got quite a bit of coal. This is all coal. So I'm just like going in and mining out all this coal periodically. And all of this coal is just turning into coke, which is then being made into steel. So I don't actually need to chop down trees to make those steel bars, which is really nice. So hopefully we can maintain like our fragile alliance with the elves for a bit. Hopefully. Is there a good way to tell your dwarves to pick up dropped clothes? You can tell them to dump it into a dumping zone. Otherwise, they put them into armor stockpiles. So that's generally what you do, is you put them into armor stockpiles. But otherwise, not really. It's mostly just you dump them. When you were a kid, you tried to make a tank out of a go-kart with a potato cannon? Really? Oh, you had more engineering than we did. One of my favorite child crimes that I saw was, this wasn't really a crime. This was when I was working night shift at McDonald's. We were very strictly not allowed to serve people in a drive-thru that were not either on a bicycle or in a car. It was a pretty strict rule. They had to be in some sort of vehicle. And so we had a bunch of kids walk through the drive-thru at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And we were like, sorry, we can't serve you unless you're in a vehicle. And they're like, oh, shit, okay. And then we saw them doing something around our like garbage area down in the corner of the parking lot through one of the cameras. Like, what the fuck are they up to? And then a couple minutes later, they came walking back towards the drive-thru, carrying enough boxes to look like a vehicle making car sounds, and we served them. It's like, you know what? If you put all of that effort into building a cardboard vehicle just to order a friggin' McMuffin for breakfast, like, we'll take your money now. The funny irony of it, though, is technically, I guess they stole the cardboard from us. But they were very surprised that we served them. We just didn't even say anything. We were just like, I mean, we're not technically supposed to, but I don't want to look up the badonkadonk on Amazon. I'm okay. Thank you for telling me to, though. Okay, so we need more of that. I need rock cabinets and rock chests or coffers. I was making glass chests a lot in the last fort, so my brain is rotten.
DF hack scripting is easy. Understanding DF data structures that you want to work with, not so much.
What's up, Sentient? And that's why Putnam has a job. And the rest of us don't. And by has a job, I mean has a job working on Dwarf Fortress, and the rest of us don't. No, I mostly just don't want to have that in my search history. I assume it's nothing dirty, or you wouldn't be talking about it. I mean, that's not totally true. We do talk about dirty things from time to time, but... Oh. I was about to lock some dwarf into their bedroom. It's like, that's not where I need that to be. Need a door there. I'm just over here getting all this coal out of here because I will need it eventually. Although I'm sure I probably have plenty of coal down here, actually. I haven't even looked. No coal, but plenty of magnetite. Why in the world is there a wheelbarrow here? Just gonna throw that wheelbarrow out. Just get rid of it, please. Just get rid of it. Yep, still planning to do more Community Fortress videos. I just move from thing to thing that I feel like making at the time. I've felt like making a lot of DF Ideas videos recently. If I feel like making a certain type of content, I'm just gonna make that type of content, right? So when I feel like making that type of video, I will make more of that type of video. I've got nothing against that type of video. I look forward to making more of them, and I plan to make more of them. I just make them when I'm into it. Otherwise, the content sucks, right? And that's kind of how I've always been with content, is like, if I feel like making it, I will make it. If I would like to make something else, I will make something else. You only found... Okay, now I gotta look this up. Yep, I literally am just... Okay, so I'm getting two things when I type in the badonkadonk on Amazon. Fish tackle and pictures of women. Posters, specifically. And trout bobblers. Apparently it's a brand of, like, floaters for fish tackle. All right. Cool. A sperm whale man showed up in your fort. Is his sprite bigger than normal people's sprites? I haven't seen the sprite for the sperm whale man. You should like screenshot that and stick it in the Discord. I want to see that. Okay, let's try the more specific search now. Because now, once again, I'm curious. I get a car shift knob, and that is it. So clearly it's not on Amazon.ca, whatever it is. Whatever it is, it's not on Amazon Canada. It must be an Amazon America thing. Okay, so let's look at some of these really upset dwarves. What are you upset about? Being away from family, being away from friends. Saw a dwarf die. Learn to value tranquility. Psycon, what up? Good to see you, dude. I hope you are well. So I have this one temple, which is a temple to no particular deity. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to build a collection of other temples. Build like 8 of these, all 2 tiles apart. And these are just going to be temples to particular deities. They're all going to kind of do this. Should probably put this one tile further up so I can actually get her down here. There we go. And these are all going to be temples to different deities. What in the Doctor Who is what now, Mr. Mac? Cthulhu temple design? I mean, I don't know. Then we can put specific temples back here. Sometimes I like to build things weird. Today's one of those days, apparently. Let's do that. It'll work. So these are all just going to be temples to particular deities, but not designated temples. Okay, chat, could somebody please screenshot this tank? Yes, Semtaxagon, I see that image you sent me. And just, like, put it in off topic on Discord or something. I need to see this thing from Amazon that everybody's talking about. Because sheesh. Also, there's so much coal. Holy crap. Santa should put his fortress here. Oh, you linked it here? Here. I see the link now. What in the fuck is that? Is this a drivable thing? I like that the brand is now. N-A-O. It's now. Yeah, it kind of does look like something from Star Wars. It's like somebody took Doctor Who and Star Wars and, like, smashed them together. It's like a weird drivable dialect. And also, shoutouts to your friends who built that thing. Very commendable. I just need to click in the top corner. That's all I need to do. It's a simple one-click solution. So we're going to build these, and then we're going to make the bedrooms nicer. Give everybody their own thingy, like coffer and chest and cabinet. That's the words I was looking for. G'day, Sans. How is things? All right, let's do that. Down to here. I gotta say, it is really weird using all of the features of modern OBS. Because I haven't. I've just used, like, default-ass OBS for a very long time. OBS is very, very customizable now. You can do a lot with it that I've just been ignoring for the past, I don't know, couple years at this point. All of the modular systems and stuff available in it are pretty cool. Not gonna lie, they're pretty cool. Yeah, it's just funny that it's now. I want it now. You know, it's the most like topical Amazon brand. I assume he didn't sell many of them on Amazon, eh? Can't have been many. He didn't even make the Amazon page? Right, that's even weirder. I don't think G-Fin is still alive. Oh, nope, G-Fin is still alive. G-Fin is in fact still alive. Amethyst is still alive. Dad is dead. The youngest sister is still alive. Or the youngest brother is still alive. For Celesty. Amethyst over here. You're functional.
We missed you. Crypt Lurk.
I missed you too. Napalm Sideburns, thank you very much for the 11th month on Twitch. Appreciate you, mate. You were not informed of the baby? Yeah, you've had well, Fractal Bellum was born. But you've also had Alath, who's now 1 year old, who's currently hauling prepared rhinoceros intestines, presumably to go eat it. Where are you actually going to eat? Oh, an empty office. Who needs an office? Oh, I assume the captain of the guard, who's no longer the captain of the guard. Well, I'm gonna make Nileth the new captain of the guard, because I do actually need a captain of the guard for this fortress right now, because people are kind of pissed, so. Oh wait, actually no, that needs to be a dining hall, not a office. Captain of the guard. And office, captain of the guard.
Swayara time flies and all that.
Tacos! Thank you very much for the 24th month. Good lord, time does fly. Thank you very much for the 24th month. It is good to have you, dude. Like, seriously. It is very good to have you. I appreciate the ongoing support, and thank you very much for, you know, everything you've done over those 24 months, man. Need more statues of the Chinchilla God Avus. How to handle what? Kiloth. Alright, you just need a better bedroom, but we can work on that. Matrix references aside, I hope you had a good time at TwitchCon. You shall hear about it when you rewatch the VOD at a later date. Long story short, I am pretty damn confident on the current leadership, with the current leadership at Twitch. And it's been a long time since I've felt confident about leadership at Twitch. And I am not alone on that opinion. That's a pretty common sentiment amongst people who went to TwitchCon. It was, at previous TwitchCons, it used to be very difficult to run into any of the executives at TwitchCon. Like, you'd never see any of them, really. They all just kind of hid in their own world. Whereas, it was hard to go to TwitchCon and not accidentally run into Dan Clancy. Whaleman is a were-lizard. Is he attacking people? Or is he one of those weird neutral cases where it's like a neutral were creature? Because I've definitely seen those before. Got so many pissed off dwarves. Every dwarf is stressed. We'll name more dwarves, by the way, when we get migrant waves, for anybody who's wondering. So yeah, I have a lot of confidence in the current leadership at Twitch. Considering, like, one of the biggest memes that happened at TwitchCon was, imagine being the guy that denied the partnership of Dan Clancy, the Twitch CEO, the day before TwitchCon. Because technically, like, they really are not supposed to give you partnership the first time you apply. It's kind of like part of the way Twitch works. If the first time you apply, you don't get it. It was the first time he applied, and he said that he was just barely under the requirements, but they could have given it to him. He was within requirements, but not within the recommended requirements. So, like, he was within the special case requirements, where, like, they would give it to him as a special case. They denied him. So it was real funny when, like, he walked into the panel that he was hosting, where he's just like, hello, partners and affiliates. I am also an affiliate. It's just very funny. Thank you very much for hitting that resub button, Briox, and shoutouts to the gifter. So, you know, that's just very amusing. So I have a question. Has he attacked you at all? Because you said that, like, he's just is just visiting, right? And he is a were creature. So has he attacked you at all? Because if he's attacked your people, then you're in trouble. If he hasn't, even as a were creature, it might be, like I said, one of those rare cases where you'll be fine. He turned and started attacking. Oh, yeah, try and lock him in a room would be my bet. Although, oddly enough, probably easier to actually kill when he's in were creature form instead of in whale form. Like, when he's in whaleman form, will be very hard to kill. When he's in were creature sides, probably easier to kill if you have decent weaponry. I may actually just deconstruct this whole thing and reconstruct it. That'll actually be easier. I will go back and fix that later. So this right here, let's not deconstruct any of this except for the end bit, and not deconstruct any of that. I don't know. Do whalemen drown out of water? I don't actually. I know octopus people do. Do whale people drown? Also, I just realized something. Okay. Just had to check something. Pernan started butchering people. Lock them in the tavern. Yeah, I was going to say, whales come up to the surface to breathe air. Don't whale, like, hold on, I'm going to Wikipedia this. Like, what sperm whale man. Sperm woman. They live in savage oceans. They are by far the largest of the animal people. They have the weight of a fully grown dragon. But since they live in water and are not generally aggressive, you'll be hard-pressed to have a sperm whale man problem unless you've embarked on an evil ocean, in which case you brought that on yourself. Like sperm whales, they have a 1 out of 101 chance of being gray. Yeah, they breathe air. They will not drown. Wait, no, hold on. They are completely aquatic and cannot survive on the surface. So... I apparently have some dwarves stuck. Is that because I deconstructed that? Yes, that is because of that. And because this is still up. So because they become a what's it called? Open the goddamn door. Now, because they become a were creature once a month, it is highly possible that he's not dying above ground because right before he dies of lack of oxygen, he turns into a were creature. Help me, step foreman. Regardless, Dwarf is no longer Stux's, so that should solve that issue. All right, so this right here, this now needs to be connected. So let's reconnect this. Great. I screwed this up. That's okay. And then I just need to ramp this down, and then we can connect all this. Chat room, thank you very much for that hype train. With a total of 3 subscriptions. One of them being tier 2. That's why it leveled up. And Cool Dan, by the way. It's good to see you. And also, chat room, if I haven't said hi to any of you, you're on Twitch. Say hi, and I'll say hi. So for anybody on the YouTube side of things, the main reason that there is no chat active currently on the YouTube side of things is because I don't want to have to moderate it, more or less. And if this is something that works really well, this whole dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube thing, I could look into having chat in the future, but for right now, it just doesn't really make sense. Because their lungs collapse. Well, they do get a full heal when they become like the were creature again. So maybe it's got something to do with that. I don't know. Then I also have to reconnect all these, so might as well just deconstruct that. Thanks for being a simulcast guinea pig. I mean, is it working for you? Milk tea, maybe? I will say this. I'm getting a hell of a lot more followers than I normally do. So maybe that's got something to do with it. That's interesting. I can technically deconstruct nothing, even though it's Definitely not there anymore. It's like Flat SimCity Minecraft is my fast way of describing Dwarf Fortress. And it's technically free, but the free version looks slightly different. Free version looks like this. Vegas was Las Vegas. The convention was good. I'm glad that I went. But realistically, it's mostly like, you know, the people on the YouTube side of things that are the guinea pigs. Urist, the metalsmith, has been taken by a Fey mood. Chat, I'm thinking about a number between 1 and 50. The first person to type in that number gets this dwarf that just went into a Fey mood. They're not guaranteed to live. Cool Dan got it. That was quick. 23. All right, Cool Dan. So you are a competent furnace operator and you're one with the Fey. She is impervious to the effects of stress. Well, that's going to be very useful here. It very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She is conflicted by this. She considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually, and she prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation. She does not easily feel envious of others, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she finds this troubling since she values perseverance. She is assertive, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she doesn't really care about anything anymore. Someone got it already? Did I get the second person who got it? Did I really do that? No, I didn't. 23. It's 50, 35, 25, 36, 45, 17, 45, 29, 49, 42, 37, 23. Got it, yes. All right. So let's see what Cool Dan grabs. Power cap logs. That was a complete guess. I just had 23 in my mind. You need cut gems. All right, well, what do you have? You've got iron bars and tower cap logs. Plant cloth. Metal bars. Logs. Probably cut gems. Yarn. Ooh. Hard cloth. Red Riot Dawn, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Yeah, I don't have any animal cloth. Like I said, you might die. Yeah, I don't have anything I can shear. I mean, I got a bunch of rhinos, but good luck shearing those. I also, like, you know, have like giraffes and monkeys. Do you even have a dwarf that's alive, ATM? Nope. Animal, you donut. Well, when you get the next full moon, pause the game and assess the damage. That's what I would say. Oh, I see. Captain of the Guard is currently injured. Does have blood amaranth beer, though. Needs stitches. Needs setting. Well. Is doing the stitches, which is what we need. Well, at least you're getting taken care of. Are the elves still friendly? There's an elvish faction that we are at war with and an elvish faction that we are not at war with. So, yes, but also no. So there's multiple elven factions in this world, and one is not friendly to us and one is not. One is friendly to us. Is the surgeon still in jail? Probably, but I've added a new surgeon. Nope, surgeon is no longer in jail anymore. I'm not actually sure what happened to my captain of the guard, because they shouldn't have been there for too long. But let's just go back to placing bedroom furniture. And another thing about bedroom furniture is if they have a bedroom and they have a cabinet in their bedroom, they will prioritize putting their used clothing into their cabinet instead of, just leaving it strewn about. Or if they claim any items, they will leave them there instead. These don't need extras. What am I doing? And they will put all other owned items into chests. That one needs a cabinet. Yeah, no, it is interesting the way the minimap looks, right? Because the minimap only fits to one size. So if you embark on really weird shaped maps, it can give you some very strange looking minimaps. Not really like something that actually affects gameplay in any way, but it can look funny. Well, hi. Thank you very much for taking the time to watch the videos. Hi, Kodiko. Does mean a lot. Really does. But yeah, no, I decided to be a simulcasting guinea pig because there ain't no way in hell that I'm streaming to a lot of the other platforms, so might as well use the platforms that I have. And fortunately, I do actually have a bit of a following on YouTube, so might as well use it, right? Yes, I'm aware of me having comments disabled on YouTube. The reason I have comments disabled on YouTube and everything disabled on YouTube is so that I don't need to stretch my moderation team. We're just test running this, seeing if it works. Because while I do have a moderation team, there's not a lot of them. So I'm not just going to go willy-nilly give a bunch of people mod. So you gotta kind of take things a little bit slow. It kind of doesn't make sense to, jump both feet first into something when you're not sure how well it's going to work in the first place. So disabling chat there just makes my life a lot easier. Just makes it into a lurker haven, which is totally fine. Okay, so let's see. What temples do we have? God of Victory. Doc. Okay. I will also have to go in here and not permit visitors. Also let's remove current location. Let's do ones with more than one worshiper. So Avu's... Man, I hate the fact that the good god, Avu's Quest Gold, only has one worshiper. Avu's Quest Gold is a chinchilla god, so... Temple. Crystalline Avalanche. We'll go through and remove all visitors afterwards. God of Poetry. We have a God of Poetry, chat. That's we have a god who's a chinchilla, Avu's Crest Gold, and nobody worships him, which I think is a darn shame. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, well, time to just start building statues until everybody agrees. Let's have the Servant of Scholars. It's an interesting name. God of Scholarship. They just want to go to the nice university, Ah, the God of Chaos. Naturally. We got the God of Fame and Rumors, the God of Earth. Okay. Well, let's go to... We'll do one for you. And then the last one can just be Avos. All right, then we go in here. Nope. 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 And I think I already did this one. Nope. Perfect. Someone say chaos. Nope, no one said chaos. You've actually paused the VOD of this fort during the search for the chinchilla god to watch the video talking about DF hack and then went. That would probably have helped find Avos.
For everyone.
What, search? The search thing? You're stupid. Hello. And D. Tyler, what's up? I'm just kind of amazed, like, how stable the running 2 streams concurrently is. Like, I don't know. I was expecting it to be less stable. There were so many Avoses. I mean, yeah, but it wasn't that bad. Also, I don't think that DF hack thing actually covers adventure or Legends mode, not adventure mode. So another thing about that DF hack change is this. This is pretty cool. I'm quite a fan of this. Like, how stressed are they? Tells you there. Do they need training? Sword, mace, spear, melee potential, ranged potential. We can turn off mothers with infants. This is why I'm using DF hack now. And let's say units that have need for training. Let's build a squad. Firehawk, you're getting military-ified. At Octobear, you're joining the military. Reg, you're joining the military. This peasant's joining the military. You're my mayor. What's the command again? It's I think it's on by default if you have DF hack. It's sort. If you type enable sort into DF hack, it should turn on. Or if you go to, I think it's control panel and enable it under sort. Orders sort, yeah. I think it's orders sort. Yeah, this. Sort interrogation. Yeah, it's all these. Sort candidates. Sort interrogation. Squad annotation. Yeah, sort squad annotation, which is this. So. You can use that for making squads quickly. Dr. Phineas is a competent spear dwarf, apparently. Burr is a competent swords dwarf. Dr. Phineas is my baron, so I'm a little bit sketched about giving them that. Beefcake is a talented mace dwarf, so is becoming a talented mace dwarf. Alright, we'll go with that. Yeah, I mean, like, the problem that I have with DF hack is it is way too easy to do any of that. How much pepper spray do I have? Well, we keep getting attacked by bears, so we need lots of mace. That's all you really need to know. There's a duck hanging out in the temple, which means it's a proper temple. Easy after being unable to acquire something for too long. Also, we still have this problem of this dwarf right here. Wants yarn cloth. I mean, I'm aware that I have plenty of rhinoceroses. These need trainers assigned. So that these giraffes don't go wild. But yeah, I don't have anything that's shearable, which is pretty unfortunate. I also have a bunch of giraffes that are also trainable, but again, they'll just be butchered. Not going to be trained. We're going to be living off of giraffe meat. Also have a chimpanzee I can train. But yeah, not too keen on that working. What was your name? Dwarf? This dwarf, who's currently smelting magnetite ore. Let's just take you off of mining, so you put that pick down. I don't actually know if that squad has a place to train. They might. I may have just plopped the zone down in the middle of everything to train in. No, yes, they do. Right here. Right. Well, let's get them training. Down at the bottom. And I need to get more weapons storage. It's 8:30 p.m. and you're tired. Dude, I went to bed at like 6 p.m. when I got home from Las Vegas. And woke up, like, the next day at, like, noon. Does putting a workshop in the guild hall help in any way? So the only thing what guild halls do is it's a gathering area, right? And then when enough dwarves with that skill gather in that area, one dwarf who likes teaching, or a dwarf who has skill in teaching, or a dwarf who has a goal to have a skill in teaching, can teach classes. When that dwarf teaches classes... When that dwarf teaches classes, other dwarves gain skills in that skill, if that makes sense. So basically, they all show up, they all teach classes, and then... yeah. And then skills are earned. But putting the workshop in the guild hall does nothing. I like it because I think it's a nice aesthetic. You know, one of the concerns I've always had about covering DF Hack heavier is that people are going to start leaving comments like the one I just read. This person's just like, I don't understand why the DF Hack devs have to finish the game, so the bros are basically just calling them lazy. And it's just like, I guess that you don't realize like how different DF and DF Hack are. It's really kind of sad. Actually lock a dwarf into his own permanent teacher. Oh, like the burrows type deals? Slept 19 hours yesterday. Gosh darn it, dude. A lot of sleep. It's healthy though. Sleep's good for you. I will say my feet still hurt since getting back from Vegas. I walked a lot while I was there. Like, a lot. Yeah, I would assume that if they're saying they're locking a dwarf into his own toast, I'm assuming what they mean is, like, via a burrow. So just make a burrow for that one dwarf, find the one dwarf in the burrow, and then lock them into that area and allow them to, you know, drink and then just be a teacher all the time. I think this is interesting, that we have a god of scholarship. That's quite popular, too. I think that's really interesting. So let's make a round of socks, gloves. You know what? Here, I'm just going to screenshot everything this dwarf has. And I will just pop that up over here. And let's just get some clothing. Because I don't want to queue up anything they're not already wearing. Cloth tunic. Sock. Cloth shoe. Whoop. Cloth glove. Midnight Winter, thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Can I not make cloth dresses? Tunics it is then. There's a bunch of bolts down here. Balls over there. Balls down here. Just steel bolts everywhere. Yeah, today's gonna be a lot of like select an upset dwarf and like stare at them and see if I can figure out how to fix them. It's just grumpy after seeing dead bodies. And you know what? I don't blame them. Let's check the surface. Body spot. Okay, so there's still a few corpses up here, but they're cleaning up pretty quick, which is what we like to see. Just to get clothing options? Oh yeah, that's fair. I mean, if fashion is important to you, then I completely understand that. Although I wouldn't even consider that a cheat. For me, the only real thing that's cheating is just like making items appear, basically. But at the end of the day, it's a free-to-play single-player game, so like it's not cheating unless you feel like it's cheating. Does that search for work order pause? Good question. Let's pause one and find out. No, it doesn't. But I guess you could type in like construct building. Should give you the full list. Twitch chat is in an ad currently, so I'm pausing. Also, hello, Stone, aka Seashore's Wall. I don't believe I said hello to you. I know that you've been around for a minute, but... You like reveal? Imagine not using ad blockers. Imagine directly taking away money from people who, like, you know, put up free content. Been around a bit, but yeah. Well, it's good to see you. Frankly, I don't give a shit if you use ad blockers. Use ad blockers. Doesn't bother me. I don't like it when people brag about using ad blockers, because it's just like, okay. Cool. Such a big, cool child. Big Spartan, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you, friend. Also, the vast majority of ad blockers don't actually work on Twitch, so it's more likely that you're actually just in a region that's not getting ads. And outside of the YouTube stream, you can swap over to it if you need an instant replay. Actually, yeah, you're not wrong. Good point. I didn't actually think about that. All right, I need to connect these two tracks. All right, we got a few more suspended ones down here. Because they're all trying to build in each other's spaces. That's the problem here. Rats have 4 fingers on each of their front paws, so they can't count to 10. I don't think that's why they can't count to 10, but good to know. Section of cavern has collapsed. Excuse me? Uh-oh. Glass half empty, or more like glass mostly drowning. Not actually sure how that... Oh! Oh, trick of the camera. I thought this was on the same level. Whoops. Climb! Dwarfus. Nope. An elven caravan has arrived. So I am trading with these elves because, as you'll see, they just brought a unicorn. I want to trade. I want to buy unicorns from them. I want to buy their animals. I want their animals so bad. So we're gonna be trying to trade with them as best we can for as long as we can until they inevitably get pissed off at me for some inexplicable reason. Yep. Is he now you'd have to ask glass half empty that question. I don't know if I could confirm or deny that. Oh, I don't have a broker. It's like, why is nothing of any value? I don't have a broker. Suited Giraffe, congratulations, you're now my broker. You're hired. Oh yeah, I also can't do your thing yet because they don't know you're dead yet. Currently conducting a meeting. Oh, because you're also the mayor. Never mind. I'm actually demoting you immediately. I gave you the job and I'm like, wait a second. Attacking sharks. You are now my... You're now my broker. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yes, fulfill this glass. I'm just slaughtering caged giraffes and the one monkey. Maybe I can buy maybe they'll bring an animal that I can buy that I can get yarn off of. Maybe. I brought a hedgehog, and a skunk. And a weasel. And a gray parrot. Great. Can I point out the fact that I just think this is really funny. A hedgehog is technically an item. A skunk is not an item. The hedgehog cage contains one item. The skunk cage does not contain one item. Does this mean I can save the Fey Mood Dwarf? Doubtful, as I don't expect that they brought any cloth or any animal cloth. So no, I can't. Unless, like, humans show up to trade soon, but otherwise it is unlikely. We'll actually buy those splints and crutches, though. I'm gonna trade those. Buy the skunk. So the reason I'm doing multiple trades here is because if you do multiple trades, it trains your broker faster. So we're actually going to be trading for each animal individually. Because it is training my broker. I'll buy the rest of the cages. All right. What else can I buy from them? They really probably didn't bring anything that I need. Yeah, no, not really. Maybe like pears, plums, and coconuts. Trade, and I will give you 1 gem at the present. You like to pull people up on the side as your fortress slowly. Well, at least it's dying slowly and not quickly. You get to witness the fall of the fortress instead of the sudden, quick, immediate fall of the fortress. All right. I need to get back to rebuilding that minecart track. But let's queue up some brews, shall we? Let's do 180 and 80. Jump out here. Gather all this. As well as the stuff down here. Get the sweet pods and whatnot. What are you wielding? A copper scimitar. Odd choice of weapon? Considering... I'm gonna say, do I not have steel spears? I do, in fact, have steel spears. I mean, I have shit tons of steel bars. Let's just make, like, steel spear and just make, like, 50 of them. Let's do that. If the multiple trade thing is still in effect, you got a legendary broker in, like, 7 years and you didn't customize your embark, so no starting attributes to help? I mean, it'll take time, condom model, but, like, they earn XP per trade, not per amount of items traded. But you'll get it eventually. It's just a matter of, do you want more accurate stuff quicker? It's going to be weak against copper. I'm not mocking it. I'm simply suggesting that spears would be better. That's it. Like, I ain't mocking it. He can use whatever he wants, really. Glass half empty was found dead. And generally, I don't mock dwarves' choice of weapons. Generally not. But every now and again, I will look at a dwarf and be like, you could do better. When your brook returns, how does it get seasonally wet? I mean, when your brook, I assume you mean like when your brook thaws in the springtime, right? What do you mean by it gets seasonally wet when it returns? Yeah. Well, no, not found dead, just missing for a week. Well, at least I can properly memorialize you. Also, look at this. Citizens who need a slab. Look at that. I like this. It's good. Yes, this is true. Wood and leather shields can get damaged. The elves say, "Greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. We elves are partial to the particular trees in the forests surrounding your lands, and though we loathe to spare a single branch to your senseless slaughter, we are willing to ask that you cap your tree fells to 25 until we next meet. I will try and return next year as I'm able. As we don't really need wood, I'm actually going to go through with this. Because I would like them to bring me big animals. And we're already at war with one elven faction already, so. Some migrants have arrived, so chat. Yes, I made the video, yes. Already, Manticore. Chat, if you would like a dwarf, say pick me. Glass half full. aka Kulet Gripped Whips, isn't given to flights of fancy and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Prefers to present herself modestly, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and doesn't often feel envious of others. She doesn't often feel lustful, and she often feels lustful, and she has a greedy streak, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions of practical applications. She often overindulges. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values artwork and prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. And likes lead and melanite and cedar wood and giant elk hoof, the color scarlet. Sorghum flower and hates brown recluse spiders. She has a pet gosling. Yeah, you'd have to regenerate the same world from the same seed. It's great how, like, right after the pick-me's, Neezer, I'm pretty sure you do, in fact, have a dwarf. Let's just double check. Oh, no, Neezer does not, in fact, currently have a dwarf. You just died. I get it. Okay, so Rai, Ocean, Cat. And I'll just name Neezer next. We will read Ryo Shincat, and then I will jump back up to this spot in chat and keep naming. The Lord is here, the goose. All hail the mighty goose. The goose is our god. She never deliberates before acting, to the point of being considered thoughtless. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She often feels envious of others, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She is curious and eager to learn, and she often feels lustful. She doesn't focus on material goods and is somewhat quarrelsome. She is brave in the face of imminent danger and tends to be passive in discussions. And she has an active imagination and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally is somewhat disgusted by romance and is completely put off by the idea of friends and does not particularly value the truth and likes bronze and lace agate and giant gray squirrel leather. And her kid is Neezer, who's right behind her. And she has a niece who's dead, a niece who's alive, a cousin here who's Matt Koroks, who is also dead. So she came to hang out with her cousins and nieces, and, well, 2 of them were dead by the time she got here. So, clearly you left too late. You should have left earlier so you could have hang out with your family while they were still alive. Speaking of the child who's now traumatized due to their dead relatives, Neezer doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and is generally quite hopeful, generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is quick to anger, and she tends to think before acting. She tends to hang on to grievances, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values perseverance in the face of adversity, sees perseverance in the face of adversity as bullheaded and foolish, and thinks friendship is important, and sees war as a useful means to an end, and finds blind honesty foolish. What? Oh, I turned it off while I'm reading because I lean over and like I'm literally doing this the entire time. Anyway, 14 years old, Mama's Ryo Shincat. Next, Dwarf. Ooh, big Sparn. Assuming we get more dwarves. It may have literally just been a microwave of 2. It was a microwave of 2. 2 and a duck. 2 and a duck. She's not here to make friends. Yeah, it's like me. I'm just here to stream video games on the internet. I ain't here to make friends. Honestly, I can relate to this lifestyle. Yeah, if you need help on more detailed stuff like that, what GFin is saying, like I would just do that. Do that in Discord because it's way easier to, actually complete stuff. Where the heck be this minecart? It's right there. Apparently it was spattered with water for a moment. We've slaughtered a giraffe. Sorry, giraffe. But yeah, they are hauling boulders into this minecart right here. That's what we were rebuilding, was this minecart so we could get boulders out of here quicker. Although I may need to, like, move this minecart route because it needs to be, like, deleted pretty soon because most of the boulders from down here are now gone. Speaking of things that are now gone, I need to fix this. This is, like, nowhere near efficient enough. So, I'm going to set up what I'm going to describe as efficiency now, which doesn't mean anything. The efficiency now is going to be a pump placed here. But I don't have lava-safe materials, so instead I will make a steel mechanism. One. Just one. I will make a, an adamantine ballista arrow, apparently. There's always one. Steel corkscrew. Just one. And a steel pipe section. Just one. Efficiency now. Yeah, so what we're going to do is I'm going to pump lava out of down here because it flows too slowly. But if I pump it and widen this by 2, odds are pretty good. I can just get efficiency in that way. I'm all right, Armor. Hope you are as well. Missed you guys. Face stream to have on in the background. Thank you. How am I? I'm okay. My feet hurt because I was in Las Vegas. But aside from my feet hurting, things are pretty good. Yeah. We are dual streaming to YouTube as well now. So that's a thing that has changed. We're trying to figure out if simulcasting is a thing that works for this channel because we're now allowed to do it. So might as well do it. And I dropped glass half empty into the lake. So, you know, everything is fine and dandy. Which means all those people who are friends with him who just migrated here are going to be all sad. But, you know, worse things have happened. Also, I am cool Dan just went stark raving mad. With lucky timing. And or asking really nicely. Alonzo TTV. Also, because this down here is our food supply, may need more barrels pretty soon. Although a lot of these rock pots are getting filled pretty quick. Basically, whenever we get a migrant wave, I just, it's first come, first serve in chat. Previously, we used to do it with redemptions, but I stopped doing it with redemptions because, frankly, I don't really see the point. Kind of don't want you cooking plump helmets, actually. I generally don't care, but I kind of don't actually want them cooking plump helmets because we're a little short on food. So we only have 3 pigtails. That's not good. We need more pigtails. Please stop brewing pigtails. And please quit cooking plump helmets. That's it. Lonzo and you. Lonzo and you. Why are you two like friends? What's the relationship here? Because I don't want to accidentally make besties married or something. You don't know him? I was gonna say, why are we asking for dwarves for other people then? Because that's like very nice of you. Let's do that in a circle. They were roommates. Like I don't know them. They were roommates. Best friends. No dwarf for Alonso. Well, I mean, he outdrives Lance Stroll. That's a reference for everybody who watches the Formula One. But yeah, no, everybody who asks consistently will eventually get a dwarf. I just don't want to just sit here doing nothing but naming dwarves, because then that's all the stream would be. It would just be me naming dwarves for the entirety of it, and I don't really want to do that. So. And so sometimes you get a replacement when they accidentally drown, yeah. And then I apologize. Why did you break my? Oh, right, duh. My job? What, naming dwarves? I don't know about that. What, just naming dwarves all day? I mean, my goal for this fort is to have 400 dwarves, so maybe. Maybe. Luncheon time. All right, enjoy your luncheons. What's for luncheons, though? It's the important question. As we slowly get these bedrooms betterified. There's probably a few dwarves now that don't have bedrooms. Yep, we need more bedrooms. Dwarves are just going to come down here. Truly is. Also, chat, while I was gone, Crypt Wave became the most used emote. I think it's kind of funny. It's like everybody's just waving while I was gone. Whenever I just see M's in my chat, Merlin, it just makes me think of Kogan's son now. That's the only thing that comes to mind. But, all right. So, it appears that the elves have embarked on their journey, and it's time to continue working on this. This and bedrooms. I need this to be a functional Marksdorf tower, and I need bedrooms that function. Those are the two things that we need. I also need a ton, and I do mean a shit ton more training space and storage space for ammunition and weapons. Right now we just have this. This is working quite well. I mean, all of our dwarves are becoming dabbling Marks dwarves. But as for our Marks dwarves, we do actually need to make them better. And fun fact, Marks dwarves train 7 times as fast when shooting live targets or undead targets. So, I'm just realizing that I need blocks that are lava safe. Great. Thanks for the 4th month. No chat on the YouTube stream? Yeah, for moderation purposes currently. We're testing the waters on things. So there's no chat on the YouTube stream because I'm not allowed to blend chats anyways, which would be confusing for people on Twitch, which is my priority. And also there's no chat on the YouTube stream because I don't want to moderate it. It's kind of that simple. Currently the way I see things is if you want to lurk, YouTube's a good option for that. If you want to interact, Twitch is a good option for that. But I'm open to ideas in the future. Right now we're still just trying stuff out. This is true, yes. But right now, mostly it's just a moderation concern. Got FPS death at 200? So when you say FPS death, do you mean like it went down to a couple of frames per second? Or do you mean that it literally just stopped? Oh. I feel like a dumb. It's just... I don't have an on-off switch for this. I guess I don't. Let's just deconstruct this for the time being, because this needs a pause right now, because I need to fix this. Because I do need this. It's not going to work like this. 5 FPS? Did it just suddenly go down to 5 FPS? Or did it slowly go down to 5 FPS? Because if it suddenly went down to 5 FPS, one of three things is happening. Something is stuck somewhere, the game is trying to process something and it'll take a little bit, or you've screwed something up. If it slowly went down to that frame rate, then it's the way you designed the fort. So it's hard for me to say, but it's likely fixable. And lava, and you lost 3/4. Smoke, yeah, smoke can be pretty detrimental if it's because smoke acts like a wall. Dwarves can't path through smoke, so smoke can be pretty bad if you're not paying attention to it. Is it possible for you to queue up a dwarf name? Gray. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. I'm sorry. Does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs and is inattentive to detail in her own work. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth and is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. And has an active sense of humor and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. And she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she has an active imagination. She does not often feel lust when she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She's brave in the face of imminent danger, and she has a greedy streak, and she can handle stress. She tends to interrupt others during conversations when she's trying to remember something, and she's nervous. She drums her fingers. When she's nervous, she drums her fingers. She inhales sharply when she's angry, and she laughs very loudly whenever she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of raising a family, and personally sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools. Values cunning and doesn't care about nature one way or another. As far as YouTube goes, probably the cadence it's going to work like is this. It's likely going to initially just be, like, for the first week or so, just no chat. Then I'll probably make it members only at a point, and then it'll probably become subscribers only, but I need to do this slowly, and I don't see well, so one chat is already a lot for me. Like, if I actually turn on this camera and show you this, my chat's pretty zoomed in, because otherwise I just straight up can't see it. So that is a concern, because I have a really hard time reading YouTube chats. The reason I don't watch streams on YouTube at all is because of the way the chat moves. So I have to find an alternative, and I have to figure out how to make it readable for me. Plus, I can't put it on the screen on Twitch because of Twitch's terms of service. Twitch can only moderate their platform, and they don't want unmoderated streams on their platform because streams are all of Twitch, right? So if, like, say, I'm letting people say words that are not allowed on Twitch on YouTube, and I'm not moderating the YouTube chat, then suddenly that's me getting blamed for the stream. And so I do prioritize Twitch. Twitch is the important platform for me, and it's going to stay that way. YouTube is just a fun side hustle, really, that brings traffic. So that's why I'm hesitant about chat on YouTube. When you dig sideways on a channel connecting to a volcano, the lava will spill upwards, or will it fill up the channel and stay at its level? If you channel sideways, it will fill up, like, I guess I would need to look. In some cases, yes, it wouldn't fill up the whole thing, but I would need to look at it. I would need to see exactly what you mean. Well, we've got the steel pipe section and everything that we need, so that's good. Built that there. Let's wait for that to be done. This down here. Let's go iron blocks, steel crossbows, and pipe section. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lie. That would be the optimal solution for me. Would be like if you prefer one particular feed. I know some people in chat have already said that it's kind of useful because, like, you can get an instant replay by just tabbing over to YouTube, but the only real limitation I have is I'm not allowed to promote the YouTube chat over the Twitch chat, which honestly I'm not going to do because, like, please watch me on Twitch. That's where I make all of my money. But like, you know, I'm fine with giving people options. And if you prefer to watch elsewhere, that's totally fine with me. It was overtime. Still quite new to this game, so it may have been your design. It may have been your design. It may have been cavern dwellers. It may have been something being stuck somewhere. It may have been wars happening in the overworld that you have no control over. Why your dwarves won't open stored animal traps to butcher for meat. Now, when you say animal traps, do you mean cages or do you mean traps? Because they need to be assigned for butchery. And if you mean like animal traps for vermin, not all of them are butcherable. In fact, most of them aren't. I need lie. Actually, make ash is what I need to do to make lye, not charcoal. Yeah, so make ash and then make lye. Let's do 15 and 15. Let's do 20. Alonzo, thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. Appreciate you, mate. And because I do have Partner Plus on Twitch, I do get a 70-30 split on those. Because some people are very quick to point out that YouTube has a better cut. Not for me. I actually have a better cut on Twitch than YouTube. Yeah, no, that's fair, Gray. That is fair. I do feel that Twitch is better for an audience that is there to just sit there and watch. But YouTube has its uses for sure. Okay, so that's going to get placed there. You've already been built. Let's move you over. I've had to make this smaller, but it's fine. All right, so that should connect everything back up. And then I can also rebuild this gear down here. In theory, yes, but I've had marginal success actually making that work. Technically, once you, because like you'll get a pop-up sometimes that says that they've learned a bit about training certain insert animal type here. It's like, oh, your faction is now vaguely familiar with, I don't know, chimpanzees or rhinoceros or whatever the animal is. And then in theory, eventually you should be able to have them fully domesticated. And once they've been fully domesticated, then you should, in theory, be able to re-embark with them on the next round. But yeah, like I said, I've had middling success actually making that work. Well, cheers, Gray. And feel free to pop back in to like ask questions. That is a-okay with me. So you walk all the way to the top of the volcano to place the corpse. The question is, did you get a tomb assigned to you? Theory, you should have. Yes, you did. That's good. You want giant grizzlies at Embark? Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm going to show you guys another DF hack command that will save you some carpal tunnel. See all these? These are all tombs, right? Now, you know, I'm going to have to go through all of this and, like, individually place all of these as zones, right? You guys want to see something magical? Burial. No, give your current fort a few more years you want. It's something that I would test. Like, I would also look at the wiki about that mechanic, because like I said, it can be a little fucky. People are DMing me on Discord. What's going on? Ooh, I have live stream thumbnails now. Chat, top thumbnail or bottom thumbnail? Which one better? I like bottom one, personally. But chat, which one do you think better? Top? Chat saying top. One for bottom. Couple more bottoms. Couple more tops. It's pretty mixed. Well, we can change it up every now and again. Sodel's been taken by a Fey mood. Switch. I get the joke. That's the BDSM joke. Nintendo would not approve of that Switch, though. All right, so we've got a dwarf who's at one with the Fae. And you know what? Because I did this with the last strange mood. Alonzo. Thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. She never feels discouraged and cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance, and doesn't handle stress well after being caught in the rain at 355. How typical. She is considered rude and often feels envious of others. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she has a tendency towards... I can read. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She has a greedy streak, and and her hands move frantically when she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees competition as reasonably important and values sacrifice and doesn't care about art one way or another. And likes copper, fortification, agate, yak horn, and moose tooth. Giant lorikeet bone and naff paper. Large gems in the words of the poem of lessons and the sight of the euphoria of saffron. And when possible prefers to consume cuttlefish and 2-grain wheat beer. And can't stand oysters. And worships the deity of Enthep Russian, which I don't know what that is. And you have a bunch of passing acquaintances and some friends. Welcome to the fort. Your last name is Love Gorge. You gorge yourself on love. Okay, so you have 3 pieces of logs, giant giraffe leather, just 2 pieces of giraffe leather, magnetite, limestone blocks to see if I can keep you from dying. And the game's saving. Timing. Lust and gluttony at the same time. Yep, gorged with love. All of my teammates are slowly arriving at home. Chat room, we've got good news, though. Manor Lords has a release date. Speaking of games that will probably have bad reviews at launch. April 26, 2024. So we got lots of time. Lots of time. All right, so what do you need here, Dwarf? Rock, tanned hides. Rock blocks. Rough gems. Rough gems. Are all of my gems cut? I think all of my gems are cut. Yeah, pretty sure they're all cut. So let's go cut some gems out of the wool. The thing is there's like gypsum everywhere in this map. Fortunately, these are all right here. Wink, wink, wink. Manor Lords, not Banner Lords. Not to be confused with Banner Lord. It's like one of the few games that was higher wishlisted than Dwarf Fortress when Dwarf Fortress was coming out. It was like the one that was one more above it. It's another city builder. We got more giraffe leather incoming. Works furiously. There you go. Yeah, I really wish the developer didn't make a demo for that game when they did. Just not because like it's a bad demo, but because it was really early. Like, it was jank as all hell. I think it actively like made me less excited for the game because of how clunky that demo was. Good to know, Baka Glass. My fears are no longer fears. I'm no longer worried. He's using the interrogation menu. I'm sure. Yeah, I completely believe that. So this should speed up the lava pumping situation from where it was previously, but we'll see. Well, we will see. We will see. Could actually go along here and do this, but I'd be a little bit worried dwarves are going to die, so. What's going on, right, Bob, and yourself? Also, I just realized we're above 1,000 subs again. Thank you, chat. Alonzo the Thrasher has created Baros Assist, a tower cap crutch, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Voltok Boardstop. So I have a question. Can I put this into the hospital, or do you want it in your bedroom? This is a tower cap crutch. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and giraffe leather and encircled with tower cap. It's decorated with tower cap and giraffe leather and circled with bands of tower cap and cushion cut white jades. This object menaces with spikes of tower cap and siltstone and giraffe leather. On the item is an image of Groundhog Man in magnetite. On an item is an image of Moses in dip glazes, the guinea hen, and Olago Scorpion's Lunk, the dwarf, in giraffe leather. Moses dip glazes is making a plaintive gesture. Olago is laughing. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the guinea hen by Moses, the dwarf. The guinea hen Moses by the dwarf Olongo Scorpion's Lunk. Scorpion's Lunk, with a copper arrow from the iron bow in Firebolt in the early autumn of 355 during Ukastostop, the cremated siege. On the item is an image of a dwarf in limestone. Over 1,000 dwarfs have the ability to beer in chat. Rumor of our community's acclaim spreads. All right, so now that's the only question is, do I put it in the bedroom or do I put it in the hospital? I may actually chisel this out here. Anvil Empires? That's a multiplayer thing, though. Manor Lords isn't multiplayer. I wouldn't be interested in Manor Lords if it was multiplayer. I really hope that that started as a gosling when it grew to become a goose. Does anybody else think that? It's like, creature has grown to become a insert animal here. It's like, I hope it started out of the baby version of that. Oh, wow, I'm really running out of blocks. Suppose we're not currently making rock blocks. Let's just use siltstone, I guess. 340. Human caravan has arrived. That also would probably be wise to trade with. Got a lot of bolts. I'm going to trade all of the ammunition that isn't steel bolts. We're just going to do that. And let's also... Let's go to here and type in X. We'll sell some of this stuff, not all of it. Spilled the lava everywhere, so you never tried it again. So the front of the pump acts as a wall. So as long as there are walls built up around the front of the pump, it won't spill everywhere. It'll only spill everywhere if the front of the pump is like accessible, basically. Otherwise, they won't spill everywhere. So they will be fine. Because, like, as you can see here, like, there's walls on either side of this. So the reason there's walls on either side of this is so that it doesn't spill back over. Otherwise, yes, it will absolutely spill back over. So now we're just waiting on the traders to come in. Learning the hard way, the hot way. All right, I now have thumbnails for my live stream. So tomorrow we'll actually have a thumbnail instead of just my channel background. There we go, 70 left. Who made what? Sorry, right now is one of those moments where I don't remember what I said 3 minutes ago. Oh, the thumbnails. No, Cooler made my thumbnails. Instead of using the banner. So I will either be using this or this while it's live on YouTube. One of the two. So instead of just using the old banner as the thumbnail for the YouTube stream, I will be using one of those. Cooler did the vast majority of the art on this channel, except for like the oldest emotes. Who's somebody who now draws Fuda porn. Drew way back. Can I just trade for all of this? No, I can't. No. Let's just buy this. Brought lots of good plants. Well, there's plenty of meat. Well, we have plenty of meat right now. Let's order the fish. Let's order this. I kind of want to set up fishing in this fort, actually. I kind of really do. Buy the spider silk threads. Can also afford the cheese. Sweet, we'll do that. Trade, done. Easy peasy. All right. I don't know where the term thumbnail came from. Genuinely, I have no idea. No migrants this season. Boo. It's just a reference to the side of the image about as big as a thumb. Someone should inform YouTube that their, like, thumbnails are way bigger than a thumb now. Unless, like, somebody, like, at YouTube just has very large thumbs. Yeah, it's actually kind of nutty, because, like, I scroll down here on YouTube. This is going to flashbang everybody for those of you who are allergic to light mode, but, like, I look at YouTube now and I see, oh, look, it's Cody. Oh, look, it's Cringer. It's like, that's just what the whole world looks like now. Everybody's just co-streaming now. Or simulcasting, I think is the official terminology. Well, there's no chat on YouTube right now, so you don't have to worry about being first on YouTube. When they were actually thumbnails, screens were much smaller when the term was coined, probably, would be my assumption. Yeah, no, you're good. Also, I have no way of draining this right now. Who made the original Xbox controller? That's funny. That is funny. My actual question is, why on earth does steel bolts still fall through floors? Let's go to labor, standing orders, sieges and forbidding. Forbid used ammunition during sieges, not the rest of the time. I would like this setup to work much quicker. The depressed dwarves numbers are dropping, which is good. This whole thing appears running, which means I can set this to be a pit again. Yeah. And you forget to click the search box. I think there's a hotkey to just hit the search box, but... You're not slacking off on working on no proof. I mean, that's true. There's absolutely no proof that you are slacking off while working. And thank you very much for the 7th month. Better question is, why no text-to-speech? Oh, because it hasn't gone through yet. Huh. Maybe Twitch's API slow. Because Streamlabs hasn't realized that there was a sub yet. Let's try restarting that. Interesting. Odd. Yeah, it doesn't seem to know that Mr. Berber is subbed. Thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back, dude. Any Streamlabs today? Oh, we definitely heard some earlier. Been a bit, but we definitely had some earlier. The angry child is here to fill the pond with the steel bucket. Weight training bucket. Made Ash and Lie. Enjoy your work and lurks, my dude. Look at all of these dwarves training. It's a rapid fire of bolts. I wonder if a falling bolt can kill a dwarf. The reason I say that is because, like, they are landing, like, right here, like, constantly. But, like, we've had no injuries from it yet, so I guess not. Merchants have embarked on their journey. Feels pleasure after practicing at the archery target. After practicing at the archery target. Do dwarfs test it? Well, I mean, such is the life. Gotta learn somehow. So this is running a little bit slowly. Could be running a bit quicker, but it's actually filling now, which is a good sign. It is filling quicker than it's draining. Could be filling a little bit faster. Which part? Casual Elephant. Also, hi, Casual Elephant. How are you? Would have loved to hang out with you at TwitchCon. It's a damn shame you weren't able to come by. That comes back down and kills him? Huh. So much FOMO. I believe it. For whatever it's worth, Las Vegas kind of sucks to get around. And Formula 1 right now makes it 1,000 times worse. Like, seriously, the traffic was something. Makes me very, very happy I don't live there. I don't fully understand how people live there, but at the same time, it's a good place to, like, dive bar crawl. Yes, otherwise it'll just fall apart and burst into flames upon trying to pump lava, which is why I made it out of iron blocks and steel. Next year, maybe? Next year, maybe. Okay, I'll hold you to that one. I mean, Killoth, there was a time where I was wondering out loud if a falling ballista arrow could atom smash a dwarf to death, and that a dwarf immediately got hit by one. I'm like, well, I guess that answers that question. Time to take this dwarf to the hospital. So, yeah, no, sometimes it's just like you need a guinea pig, right? It's just like right now I'm the guinea pig for simulcasting. The arrow collection shots are brilliant. That's not brilliant. This is just more of a bug. But they're supposed to land here, but instead they're falling through the floor. I don't know why. We're in an ad right now, so I'm just gonna pause for a little bit. For the Twitch folks. Lava can't melt steel mechanisms? No, it can't, actually. It really, really can't. Box. Nor steel bars. Or steel armor. Oh, shit. All right, I haven't bought a record for on stream in a little bit. But this is going to need to happen, isn't it? It's going to need to happen, isn't it? God, 2024 doesn't sound real. It really, 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 really doesn't. Yeah, I can't wait to stream a shit ton of Risk of Rain returns when that's finally out proper. Cannot wait. Not really. No. Sentient Potato. I'm assuming because they're not, like, completely resistant, if that makes any sense. Like, they aren't, what's the word? The lava would get through cracks in the armor. There we go. We'll go with that. Sick shirt. Thanks. Local black metal band. It's not the coolest one. They got one that's just like a huge, like, square image of just like phalanx lines. crashing into each other. It's pretty rad. Canadian black metal, yes. It's a peace and love shirt. Worm Witch? Sure. All right. That's done. We'll just use boulders. I just want to get these two boulders off of here, mostly. That's all I really want. Okay, that's spraying water again, so I can turn that off. And this area should be pretty good for this sort of stuff. I think I'm going to make this into a barracks where I'm going to train wrestling. So my dwarves here are going to occasionally, if they get tired of archery practice, they're going to move up here and they're going to train wrestling. Do you have, if you have a public tavern, yeah, that's pretty normal. If you're in a busy part of the world and there's a lot of stuff moving around in the overworld and different characters like interacting with other characters and whatnot, then yeah, no, that's pretty normal. If you're not in a busy part of the world, that's a little weird. The house in your town that hosted a black metal and hardcore punk shows in their basement shut down recently is a very tragic loss. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, I love me some hardcore punk. The venue that I go to is a Blood Irons. I guess we're out of Blood Irons. The place that I go to is an old movie theater. And I'm Corey, and hello. Good day. It sucks that like havens of art like that get shut down, which I know is like a weirdly prissy way of referring to metal music, but so that's our Farmers Guild. I think I can pretty up this Farmers Guild a little lot. So let's pretty up this Farmers Guild a bit. You had a good business where monster hunters would go into your caves and die, and then the dwarves would retrieve them in the armor. Retrieve all the armor and weapons that they brought. I like when they bring artifacts. Speaking of this fort, one of the long-term goals for this fort is I would like to retrieve a artifact mug, which I actually made a highlight out of on the YouTube channel. This mug is the prized possession of a certain necromancer, to the point where people were trying to steal the mug, so that necromancer started like arranging plots to steal the mug from himself. I assume to distract those that were actually trying to steal his mug. So we may try and steal that mug. After 20 years of history, a bunch of them got lost over on Vancouver Island. And the one that I actually go to in the old movie theater, the Rickshaw Theater in Vancouver, which they have a website, you can look it up and whatnot. They actually straight up just posted how much it costs for a year's worth of rent, and like city fees and taxes to maintain the venue, and just like put up a monthly donation goal on their website to meet that. And if they met that, then they would do live streams with the bands that they normally have on. So basically I gave them $100 initially so they'd hit their initial goal, and then $10 a month basically until they could start doing shows again. And now they've stopped doing it because they don't need the money anymore. But like, it was, it was a time. World's best boss mug. Don't talk to me until I've had my coffee and 85 corpses. But yeah, no, a lot of the venues shut down. Like we lost the Imperial as well, which sucks. And the Imperial is where like a lot of like Japanese jazz groups would play. Like that kind of music. Like I saw a bunch of math rocks at the Imperial. Math rock bands. You don't live anywhere near Vancouver, but you appreciate that? Yeah. No, I mean, like you got to keep the scene alive, right? Gotta keep the scene alive. And also, Devil Dawn, I know you've been around a bunch today, but I feel like I haven't said hi to you yet, so hi! Same with you, Stromaco Penguin. Cool house in Las Vegas called lots of exotic music, sadly gone. Oh, that's unfortunate. Weird name, but... Although, like, Las Vegas is not, like, against having strange names for things. Yeah, I mean, I was talking with some friends about, like, Vegas, because, you know, I was obviously there, and, like, it does kind of sound like even that place has had a lot of turnover in music venues and whatnot, which sucks, but is what it is. There wasn't much money going around to keep venues alive. Well, time to start a new venue. I mean, like, I guess at that point, right? I know that there was also during COVID, which I obviously didn't go to this, but during COVID, there is a founder of a indie metal band from Vancouver who used to be pretty active in, like, the concert organizing scene, but hasn't been for a while since him and his band split. But he owns a bunch of farmland out in the middle of nowhere. And so his response was, well, I guess I will just start hosting metal shows on my property in the middle of fuck nowhere, which kind of cool, but I had no way of getting to those, so stayed home instead. You started a new fort and an agitated falcon killed 4 people you sent to gather plants. Yeah, they'll do that. They will certainly do that. I don't think it's too posh to make a platinum farmers workshop for the Farmers Guild. Some steel tables. Steel throne to watch. Well, because I said agitated, I would assume it's Untamed Wilds. We're gonna actually just queue up manual planters. That has flocks of horrific undead giant blue jays. Ooh. That's dreadful, but also kind of metal as hell. What's up, Q? Cut the live stream live? Yeah, you did. Now live on multiple platforms. Yeah, Twitch now allows us to stream on other platforms. I just can't show chat. I just can't merge the chat rooms. Which kind of makes sense when you think about it. Which is also part of the reason I have chat delayed on YouTube, right? Or just off on YouTube right now. Because the reasoning for it is if somebody is saying slurs that are not allowed on Twitch in the YouTube chat, Twitch can't ban that person from the platform. So if I were to say show the YouTube chat in my Twitch chat or the YouTube chat on my stream, I could get in trouble. But I'm not doing either of those things, so we're fine. I'm also not allowed to, like, openly encourage people to watch YouTube over Twitch, which I wouldn't because Twitch is better. Sorry, kids on YouTube. I like you guys, but Twitch is better. And you still suck at the game 60 hours in, still bad. For whatever it's worth, I still learn things on a relatively frequent basis. 47 Pandas. And, that I have thousands of hours. Thousands and thousands. Yeah, they are pretty reasonable. It is pretty it's basically just like, as long as you're not detracting from Twitch chat, you're good to go, which is all I really care about. And I will have YouTube chat at some point once I feel confident in this being a good decision. I don't want to dive whole hog and like make my mods do double duty until I'm certain this is like a good direction and thing to do, which I'm not yet, and I won't be for a little bit. I went where the chat is. Well, I will say I've had a higher than average view count, or a higher than normal view count today, and it's not like we've started a new fort today. Also, on the topic of forts, I kind of want to do a short fort, not to steal Grog Smash's terminology, but I think tomorrow I'm going to start a one-shot Halloween fort in a pocket world. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. Basically, I want it to be done by the 31st. Also, fun fact, as of the 30th, I will have been a Twitch partner for 5 years. 5 years. So I will be streaming on the 30th.
Woo!
This stream was on your Twitch front page. Glad you clicked. Really? Like recommended for you or whatever? Wherever they put it? I don't actually know why this isn't high enough value yet. It should be. Probably because, actually... Nope. Broker ain't good enough, I suppose. Still operating a pump. We're getting there on this side. You guys like watching lava fill, right? I need the lava to flow quicker. Let's see if I accidentally torch any dwarves. Yeah, well, welcome, Tiger M, or Tiger Mafia. How to just take an object? They have to be carrying it from one stockpile to another. 47 pandas. So they need to be going from platform or stockpile A to stockpile B. I should really just spell Kia the way people expect Kia to be spelled. Did I just torch a dwarf? Oh, no, I just set some coal on fire. Okay. Well, at least I can just do this. And just so often have them move the whole stockpile to another stockpile. You could do that. You could also just trade those nifty items and then don't sell all of the items when you trade it, and then they'll bring them from the trading depot back to the stockpile, assuming there's still space in the stockpile. You could occasionally add bins, and then they will restock them into the bins locations. There's a number of things you can do. And then stream with like 4,000 plus viewers? What was the name of this VTuber? I do know some VTubers. Like, they're not as different as people seem to think they are. Although, as a like normal me on camera streamer, can I just say, having been at TwitchCon for a week, VTuber meetups are really funny. The VTuber meet and greets are really, really funny. Like some VTubers will just dress up in cosplay and just like do a normal ass meet and greet. But some of them, they have a TV set up with a camera in front of it, and they're in their VTuber, they're like, you know, they got their whole setup so that they're doing the VTuber thing, and then people walk up to the TV and talk to them, which it's the best way you can do that. That is the funniest fucking thing on the planet. It's just like, I mean, like, what? How else are you gonna do it? Like, I get it, especially for the people using like voice changes and shit. Like, yeah, no, I get it. I absolutely get it. Like, you have to jump through some hoops to make that shit work, but fuck me, it's funny looking to see people talking at a screen. Oh yeah, no, definitely. I'm absolutely a skeleton with a human model on top. Definitely. in that case, we're all tubers of some form. Also, a good way to get rid of a lot of used clothing. When you're trading, search by X. Sometimes you'll get false positives, but it'll mostly just give you all of the used clothing that's around your fort. Or damaged armor. And you can just mass sell it all like this. Actual flesh tuber. Actual flesh tuber, yes. I really want to go tubing down a lake again. Down a river again. I missed that. All right, let's trade. Let's trade stuff. Stuff for things. They'll never know if you're secretly flipping the bird. Well, let me ask you this. Sideburns, can you see my hands? Think about it. I could be secretly flipping you the bird. Although you can, in fact, spot me exactly when I pick my nose. So, Suited Giraffe meets with the Uplo's liaison, Lycott, and says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I come to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend for elevation? Absolutely not. I prefer to remain distant from the homeland for the time being, because I need to get my population above 8 again. Every weekend during the summer. I used to do that so much when I was younger. But we used to like tube down this like river thing that got kind of rapidy for bits that would actually like end in a lake. So that's why my brain's just like, tube in a lake. And she's like, that sounds really weird, doesn't it? Tube to the lake is what I should have said. He was listening and thought Blind's tip was to search for X. I'm upset. MoX11. That's it. Moving on. Do people actually do that? Genuine question. Hey, look, they brought me platinum nuggies. Look at that. 2 platinum nuggies. And you guys can... Well, actually, I will... I was going to say offer this as a gift. I'm actually just going to trade for my own stuff back. Which you can do. And then they don't give it to you. It's weird. There we go. Guild is now established. Should be established. Okay. I am in fact back, Shadow Absorber. Well, technically I got back yesterday, but I was way too sleepy to actually stream. Like I slept so much yesterday. It like wasn't even, it's not even like worth joking about. I slept an absurd amount yesterday. Absolutely absurd amount. Like, I was pretty done, tired after TwitchCon. But, yeah, I will say I don't fully get the, like, no apparent reason ultra anger when it comes to the existence of VTubers. It's just like anything else in the Twitchosphere thing. Not fads is the wrong word to use, but like popular styles of streaming come and go, and it's just another one of those. That's all it is. Ah, there's more coal down there. Well, you're getting burned. I think what I could actually do is I could just open this for a little bit. Let that coal float out. You can actually just stop pumping. So it'll just float that way. The Humperdinck. I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce that. Thank you very much for the raid. That's a fat ass raid, dude. What's up? Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? What were you up to? Were you streaming Dwarfs? Something else? Good to meet you. Hi, I'm blind. I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. What's up? How's things? How many years has that coal been burning? Like 3 weeks. Yeah, it's only 2 exclamation points. know about that. But noted. Should be enough flow speed. This is Dwarf Fortress. Louis. This is, it's like flat Minecraft, but it's SimCity. It is the game that predates Minecraft, that inspired the existence of Minecraft. So with Minecraft, they were just like, hey, what if you were playing Dwarf Fortress, but it was first person, and everybody else was another player? In Dwarf Fortress, it's, well, what if you're playing Minecraft, but you're building a city of these duders who have very detailed thoughts and personalities and needs and likes and dislikes? Looks bad? Ah, well, so do you. That's fine. Yeah, it used to be ASCII only. It used to look like this. It's been around for a bajillion years. It's okay, chat. You can't fix bad taste. Minecraft ripped off a totally different game as far as you're aware? Yes and no. Minecraft started as a fork of the open source free game Infiniminer, which was made by Zach, who went on to found a game called Zachtronic, or a studio called Zachtronics, and make a game called Infinifactory. Infiniminer used a block-based generation system, and Notch went, huh, I want to make first-person Dwarf Fortress. I'm going to use this code base, because it does kind of what I wanted to do already. What's this game about? It's a giant world simulation. So you have this massive map, which you generate, which instead of just generating you a map like in a lot of games like this, it generates you the history of the entire world. And alongside of the history, you get tens of thousands, if not millions, of written characters with names, family trees, histories, personal relationships, goals, items that they acquire, gods that they worship, poetry that they've written, songs that they've written, and then that spreads throughout the world amongst different factions within the world, and then you as the player, you build fortresses to then affect the simulation of that world. It's one of those games where, like, if you look at it for a few seconds, it's very easy to dismiss it because the visuals are quite simplistic. However, the actual mechanics of the game are extraordinarily deep, right down to simulating eyelids. So, yeah. And aside from that, it's like the true spiritual successor to Lemmings. And also I need storage, so. But if you've ever heard of a little game called RimWorld, Dwarf Fortress wouldn't exist without, or RimWorld wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. If you've ever heard of a little game called Minecraft, Minecraft also wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. If you've ever heard of a little video game called Fortnite, well, Fortnite exists because of Minecraft Battle Royale and Minecraft and all of that stuff, so Fortnite probably wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. It's one of the quietly most important games in the world, and it's in 2 different art museums that I'm aware of, maybe more. So many tears. Yeah, if you actually like look at a dwarven's equipment, 9 out of 10 times they're crying. Like, let's look at a really pissed off dwarf. You're real angry. What do we have equipped? Oh, you're not actually crying right now. You are very lonely after being away from your family for too long. I understand that. You want to practice martial art? Do you actually want to practice martial art? I find that hard to believe. Deeply respects skill at arms. Are you even listed in this? Oh, no, he is. All right. Well, good. Bring him into the military. Go stab stuff. Give the angry, pissed off dwarf a sword. What could possibly go wrong? Speaking of that, equip. Assign equipment. Metal armor. Go grab better stuff. Need more backpacks, apparently. The ale stockpile is a judge of wealth. Well, we do have 782 ale currently. Although, actually, what do we have for booze? Drinks. Okay, so we've got Blood Amaranth beer, we got Pearl Mullet beer, we got Artichoke wine, Cassava beer, Radish wine, Blueberry wine. I'll take some blueberry wine. Lots of blackberry wine, good. Raspberry wine, Durian wine, Guava wine, Date wine, Lychee wine, apple cider, apricot wine, cherry wine, perry wine, persimmon wine, plum wine, and sandpear cider, as well as dwarven wine and strawberry wine. So Dwarf Fortress Hack, which is an external piece of software, which basically plays Dwarf Fortress for you by RAM hacking the game, just added search functionality. So that is DF Hack that I'm using, which is this. It's on Steam if you are using the Steam version, or you can just install it independently if you feel like remembering how GitHub works, which I'm always too lazy to do. Yeah, it's kind of like enabling the console in a more traditional game. And that's largely what it is it's largely just like, here's a bunch of dev tools, but also it gives you some more useful things as well. What's the learning curve on it? What, for DF Hack? For me, with DF Hack, it's just a matter of figuring out everything I don't want it to do and disable all of them. But I wouldn't really say there is much of a learning curve on it. I mean, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have a learning cliff. It's never had a learning cliff. That's never really been true. I mean, Dwarf Fortress had a lot of memes about it being impossible to learn for a really long time, but realistically, I actually don't think that's true. I'm very much a pushback person against the difficulty of Dwarf Fortress because Dwarf Fortress is an obtuse game. It is not a hard game. Dwarf Fortress is a very easy game that is very obtuse. So it takes a long time to learn because it's obtuse, not because it's hard. Bunch of random animals we got from the elves. Other turkeys and things. Yeah, basically. Well, it's not. Anybody can read ASCII. It's people who didn't take the time to learn the original game made memes about how hard it is. And everybody who'd been playing it was just like, ah, not true. It's kind of just the way it is. We had to try to make soap once. It's a lot easier now. Just queue up tallow. You make sure you have tallow, so slaughter an animal. You make lye. You make ash, and then you make lye. And that just requires buckets. A wood burner. And a lime maker shop. And then a soap maker shop. Then you make soap. Easy. Just like real life. Also, we are in an ad for Twitch chat, so I will wait. Also, for anybody just tuning in, we are simulcasting on Twitch and YouTube, although on the YouTube side, there is no chat. Appreciate anybody watching. Yeah, soap is about as complicated as crafting gets, and if you look at literally anything in Factorio, it's like, oh, so it's not bad at all then? Got it. Yeah, no, like, there is no need for a YouTube chat. You're here. Exactly, Pocket Glass. I completely agree. If you would like to chat with the illustrious Pocket Glass, you can do that exclusively on twitch.television. Yep. Yeah, that's fair. I find that I tend to just have enough tallow lying around, but yeah, you may want to forbid tallow specifically for soap making. If you're dedicated to it, yeah, but that's even more steps. Vegan soap is just soap with extra steps. Which I say kind of as a joke, but I mean also at the same time. Okay, so I will move the parrot and the other turkey here. Because I have a skunk. The elves sold me this stinker. Same with this weasel. The Weasley one. And then there's a stack of children playing make-believe that are apparently all have combat logs. Why do you all have combat logs? Dodging out of the way of each other, maybe? It's made with oil. Would be vegan soap. It's made with oil instead of tallow, not lye, specifically. We are still making steel bars. How much steel am I at? Holy shit, that's a lot of iron. And also, I have chimpanzee soap, by the way, and wild boar soap. Why do you have combat logs? Yeah, we've got a lot of iron. Like a lot of iron. Bone Doctor's been taken by a Fey mood. That is metal. Thanks, Captain Obvious. More importantly, where's the lava levels at? Yay! Lava level's good. Exactly where we want them. I just needed some help getting going. It's claimed a clother's shop and is zipped off. And the vast majority of these seeds need to be cooked. I may actually like... Okay, so something I'm going to do. Work orders, labor, kitchen. Sure. Yes. Just fucking quit cooking my drinks. Fucking stop that. Sure, you can totally cook the feather tree egg yolks and the giraffe meat and the rhino meat. But I want my meals to mostly be made out of seeds. Very healthy meals. You need cut gems, metal, whoops. Cut gems, rough gems. Rock, cloth, logs, tanned hides, cut gems. I do have 29 rough gems. I don't know why there's no sounds on Streamlabs today, but thank you very much for the 9 months. Appreciate you, Goat Swarm. Big appreciate. So we do have plenty of that stuff. That's a lot of magnetite. Let's mine that out. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. All right, well, there's plenty of gems. Same with down there. Plenty of gems. So what else do you need? Let's check out leather. That might be the issue. Okay, I need to slaughter some animals so that I can get tanned hides again. Have any wild animals? Nope. I'm going to slaughter my gelded male rhinoceros. Frankly, the 2 chimpanzees. And I'm going to make that hedgehog available as a pet. This one. Not far off. 47 pandas. Not far off. It depends on how you use it. You can absolutely use it to cheat. Is it cheat engine? No. Is it a RAM editor like cheat engine? Yes. Which is also why Windows Defender used to have a mini conniption fit when you try to install it back in the day. But it's on Steam. You can just download it, and it just runs concurrently with Dwarf Fortress. I recommend not using it generally, unless you feel that you need the features it has. Not even NetHack. I would just recommend playing Brogue in its default state, because Brogue just looks so nice in its default state. Why does that end up in refuse by default? That's a little bit annoying. I'd rather that wasn't the case. What's up, Linku? Just about 10% of the map. That seems like a lot. So apparently I just wasn't tanning hides at all. Yeah, no, absolutely. Cause I thought you were trying to say it's for Fortress mode only. No, it won't cause any issues with other games. But it is an open source third-party modding tool. But like I said, I don't actually recommend you use DFAC unless you feel that you need it. Is there anything else you obviously need? It's not logs. Okay, let's just slaughter some more animals. Let's see, have you grabbed the leather yet? Nope. You don't need it. It's a convenience tool. It lets me debug the game in real time to figure out what is happening with some issues. Things like slowdown. And it adds some convenience features. Do I need it? Absolutely not. Also, somebody was asking a little while ago, because they were saying that they only got one leather skin, or one raw skin piece per dead animal. If you actually look at this, this is how much I got from a rhino. That's how much I got from a turkey. So I got a single piece from a turkey, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces from a rhino. So I can make 5 pieces of clothing out of a rhino, whereas I can only make 1 out of a turkey. But clearly, you need something else. So it's definitely not gems, because I got gems. Rock, we have silk cloth. Oh, shit, we don't have silk cloth. Am I not collecting webs? Automatically collect webs. I am. I guess that means that no webs down here. Huh. That's a problem. Well, I suppose I could go down to the next layer. Now, it doesn't matter if there's only one Weaver workshop, mate. Like, number of workshops doesn't matter. If there's no webs to have collected, they won't have collected any by this point. I don't really want to go down, though. It's not about things bad happening. I can get around any major issues. It's more just, do I really want to dig down to the next cavern layer yet? Which, currently, I kind of don't want to. But, here we are. Fortunately, I do already know where it is. It's right here. Oh. Time for a webs. Yeah, that would actually be mighty convenient. Because I could probably shoot it with crossbows. Ah. Actually gonna have to go through at this level. So I will just get rid of all this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Let them go down to here. Yeah, no, I know I had a downward tunnel. I just already sealed it off a long time ago. Ahuna Varia, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Must always dig deeper. Gotta try. Gotta try at least. There's also tons more iron down here. Not seeing any spider webs, though. Oh, there's some. All right, so we are going to put a door here. That was quick. You got an echidna fighting on your surface? You can disable combat notifications. If you... Or you could exterminate the echidna if you're using DF hack, but... where's that option? Never mind, I lied. Yeah, no, I thought you could disable that in this menu. No, you actually have to go into the game files to do that. Never mind, I lied. I am not younger than DF. What? The fuck? I'm 29 years old. Dwarf Fortress is, like, not even 20. 19. At least 7, but younger than 97. Thank you. Is it not in the new settings for announcements? Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is. So just realize that this dwarf already has brown recluse spider silk, but they probably want more. Although it's been taken to the hospital, I think. Somebody zipped off with it. I don't fully understand why people are so obsessed with age on the internet. It's like, if it's not a dating site, it literally doesn't matter. But I digress. Can I just like comment on a really weird thing about YouTube, or something that I think is kind of weird about YouTube anyway? Wait, that dwarf did grab the second one. Something that I think is kind of weird about YouTube. YouTube doesn't consider live stream views as watch time hours. They only count VODs views. So like once the stream's been up already, they only count that as hours of watch time, which I think is really weird. Meaning if you don't have public VODs and you just want to stream on YouTube, you can't actually get partnered off of just streaming. It's like just weird to me. I mean, I'm already partnered on YouTube, so it's a non-issue for me, but I just think it's really strange. Thread into silk. Get that done first, because I'm pretty sure that's the last item you need. Do they have ads during the streams? Yep. Only if you're a YouTube partner, and then the YouTuber turns it on. Weird nonsense, though, is actually like TikTok. I mean, TikTok taking you completely out of the algorithm and not promoting your stream to literally anybody except for people directly searching for it if you're not using their streaming software is archaic and asinine. So at least they're not that bad, but hey. Also, when people say adds with 2Ds, my response is to say no, but they definitely have subtracts. Okay, so what else are you grabbing? Red diamonds. Ooh, that'd be an expensive artifact. Sometimes my like own dumb brain sense of humor like overrides my ability to have functional conversations with people. I don't know if any of you guys have ever run into this issue, but there will be times where I will just like say a thing that's just like, you know, it would have made way more sense to literally everybody if you just said the actual thing. Is in need of a promotion to mayor. I'm pretty sure the suited giraffe is a very well-liked mayor and will probably be the mayor for a while. Oh, you think this is going to be a right mitten, Neezer? I like how you say that you need a promotion to mayor, but you don't realize that, or maybe you do, but the dwarves choose who's the mayor. I don't choose who the mayor is. However, I will be choosing who is the baron. Is Alonzo in need for promotion? I don't know. Baron needs to age up first. We got time. Yeah, this is true. Also, we already have a Baron who just like showed up here. Dr. Phineas. Lord Samuel, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Is it because it rhymes with Weezer? I don't know why there's like bolts everywhere in the tavern, but there is. Oh yeah, true. I'm pretty sure that your dwarf is like a child, isn't it? First live stream, currently catching up on the last stream. You wanted to say hi. You really like my content. Well, thank you very much for swinging by and saying hi. Appreciate you, dude. Lord Samuel, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. On top of subscribing. And this dwarf is now working furiously. And since this is your first time in the stream, roll, stole, is broken. There you go. Welcome to the chat and the stream. And then decide you need a bigger tunnel. I do that all the time as well. It's like, why didn't I just make it bigger? I could have just made it bigger. This would have been so much easier if I just made it bigger. But I didn't. She is bashful and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She often acts with compassion and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She has a menacing stare when she's angry. And she doesn't, and she snaps her fingers repeatedly when she's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Worsen vibes. Personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and believes that the mastery of a skill is one of the highest pursuits and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. It doesn't really see the point of working hard and dreams of creating a grand work of art. Or just dig it wider the first time. That's usually what I end up doing. Yeah. Just channeling it from above. All right, welcome to the fort, dude. Hey, honey bun hauler, how's you? Yeah, that usually what ends up happening is I'll dig a single wide tunnel and then be like, man, I need it wider, so I'll widen it. Or what I'll end up doing is digging a single tunnel and then digging 5 more tunnels. That's actually what ends up happening generally. So I'll just end up making more tunnels. Let's close this. These dwarves are all hanging out near a waterfall and training. There's blood getting washed under the ground. All right, so next thing I want to do is I would like to create some steel statues because the indoctrination must begin. So we are going to make not 1, not 10, but 30 steel statues. And these steel statues will be of the Grand Avus Crestgold. Avus Crestgold, who, of course, is a deity of the Uncommon Mansion, our faction. Avus most often takes the form of a male chinchilla and is associated with caverns and mountains. And only one dwarf in this fort worships this god. It's time to start shaming them into worshiping this god. Stuck behind clutter on stairs. No. Because, so, Dwarf Fortress doesn't tell you this. It's actually in the same world as Paper Mario. So things that are on the ground are flat. Perfectly flat. Their weight and density does not matter. But if they are on the ground, they are flat. So they do not block things unless they are constructed. So it could be like a door lying flat on the ground, flat. When a door flies down, they become flat. This is why you can have 9,999 dwarves in one tile as long as 9,998 of them are lying down. Oops, wrong button. That's the button. All right, so now that we've done that. And also to people watching on YouTube, the VODs are going to be unlisted once the stream ends, just so that it doesn't clog up the sub box. And to anybody who wants access to the VODs, you can find that on the Extras channel, which is, you know, VODs in the chat, I think, which currently does nothing on YouTube. I need to get, like, Moobot or something in the YouTube chat. The Bone Doctor has created Thomal Wrath, a tall brown recluse spider silk cap, which we can't wear, and offers it to the Ageless Creation, my faction, my group. They offer it to us. What'd you give us? An item with no icon. Got it. This is a tall brown recluse spider silk cap. Craftsmanship is of the highest quality. And it is encircled with cushioned magnetite cabochons and decorated with cave spider silk and rhinoceros leather, and encircled with bands of cave spider silk and iron and cushion-cut white jades. It is made from brown recluse spider silk cloth, and this object menaces with spikes of yellow diamond. On the item is an image of the Charity of Temples, a tall brown recluse spider silk cap in brown recluse spider silk. Awesome. The item is an image of Nagoso's seduced marshes. Please don't seduce the marshes. The dwarf and Solon, the dwarf in red diamonds. Solon is striking down seduced marshes. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Nagoso by the dwarf Solon, brass treaty in Firebolt in the early autumn of 256 during Uma's Snoz, the attack of rampages. Ponce! Holy shit. What's up, Ponce? How's things? What were you up to today? If you guys don't know Ponce is an old friend of mine. We get really, really drunk sometimes together. What's up, man? You had a poppin' day today. Hope things are all right as they can be in your neck of the woods. What were you playing today? I'm testing out this co-streaming thing now that we can officially do it legally. Have you tried, like, streaming, simulcasting on Twitch and YouTube? You just can't mix the chats. Lord of the Fallen junk? Gotcha. Is that actually junk, or do people like it? I'll be honest, I have paid zero attention to the existence of that game. You meant to set it up? It's pretty easy to do. If you need help, give me a holler. Just look up multiple outputs for OBS. And then be smart and just disable it. Just disable chat on YouTube. Just don't worry about it. And then people will pop over to Twitch, ideally. Or they'll just watch on YouTube, and that's fine too, because then ad revenue. But if you guys don't know Ponce is an old school friend of mine. Click on the heart at the top of the chat. I want to go give him a follow. You're going to do it through some Commander root thing? No, don't do it through some Commander root thing. How much upload do you have, Ponce? How much upload do you have? Like, what's your upload speed? I have 500 up, so, like, I got upload on my upload. 250? Yeah, you're fine. You only need to use, okay, so you only need to use the Commander root thing if you have less than, like, 20 upload. Because it does, like, double your internet bandwidth usage. But here, I will give you a link. Give me a second. I'll link it in the chat if anybody just wants to see the thing that I'm using. It's literally just this. It is, like, 10 clicks to set it up. And it's super easy. And then literally all you do is you just go into OBS, and it looks like this. You add a new target, and then you just, like, click modify it. You add a name to it. And, it's literally just a, what's the word? You just put in the stream key and then the server link, which you get in the back end of your YouTube channel. It's super easy. All right, and then you start up the main. You have to start up the mainstream first. So whatever the mainstream is, like that OBS is directed at, you have to turn that on first, and then you can turn on the YouTube stream. Yeah, it just uses more upload. It doesn't. No, it does not tax your system more. It's like I was monitoring my usage when I turned it on. It added like another megabyte of RAM usage. It was like nothing. It just mirrors the stream basically. Super easy. But yeah, I think you're probably referring to the thing that Cody is using. The reason Cody's using that is his upload is 8. So, being in Australia, you're limited in many regards, unfortunately. All right, so I have this fancy hat that the dwarves just made. And because it's offered to the Ageless Creation, I think I'm going to put it into this guild hall up here. 8. Yes, 8 upload. Diamond from the perfect utopia of Holland is just sitting there going, well, looks at Dutch internet. But yeah, if you live in a first world country and have over 100 upload, yeah, you are totally fine. You are A-okay on that regard. Where does that even lead? I've got so many random tunnels going everywhere in this fortress. It's kind of silly. All right, so got this down here, which means we can actually start building this properly now instead of just what I've been doing up until this point. Oh, so you've been there? I got you. It's a nice record collection. That's not even half of it. My record collection is actually quite out of date on the what's it called? Discogs. But I do have this record player here, which currently has a rubber duck sitting on it. Which is what we use for our intros. Although the intro lasts for about an hour of the stream, so. That's maybe enough blocks. Start doing that. Start building over this up here. Slowly. Start going on down this side as well. Can also just throw the extra chalk blocks in. But you have slower by Australian standards internet? Wait, really? I'd be terrified to look at your internet then. Did you end up getting selected for the early access ticket things? I have no idea what you're talking about, so I guess not. But, you know, being me, I generally don't get invited to things because I'm like, The drink. Oh, that thing. Right. Sorry, my brain was still in Twitch mode. No, I didn't. For the whiskey festival. No, I did not, in fact. And also, I looked into the day that it's happening. I have a concert the next day, so I might just have to pass. As fun as it would be to go to a whiskey festival. But no, I didn't. So tickets would end up being $75, which, Basically, there's a whiskey festival in Vancouver that has very cheap tickets if you win a lottery, basically. So you sign up for their mailing list, and they will it's like, I think 1,000 people to get $20 tickets, and then 5,000 people to get $25 tickets, and then it's just full price after that, so it's like $70. It's like $20? Hell yeah, I will go drink some whiskey. 75? Just buy a bottle of whiskey and just not worry about it so much. $75 is, yeah, not cheap. Not cheap. I will say this is possibly the best TwitchCon I've been to in recent memory, though, since I'm very much in the TwitchCon brain. It was hard to walk around anywhere and not run into the CEO of Twitch, which is really nice when, like, you know, a platform lives and dies based on how well the CEO communicates with everybody else. So I think we can actually get rid of this. I can get rid of this whole track now because we don't need it anymore. Now the question is, which one is it? Cashew minecart. I didn't name any of these. I'm smart. Avocado. Orange. It's Route 2. This one. Can get rid of. Just because we do not need it here anymore. This may cause stuff to cave in. He's more present than the old one. It was hard to not run into him. It was like I saw him. I ran into him 8 times in the first day. Like literally just wandering around, kind of looking at stuff and saying hi to people. I ran into him 8 times. So yeah, he was hard to not run into. So he's very, 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 very present. He also did like multiple Q&A sessions, one in the partner lounge and then another one just like in a panel. I went to the panel one because I didn't know the other one was happening. So yeah, I have a lot more faith in this guy than I did with Emmett. And also, like, the fact that he is saying things like, hey, go follow my TikTok so I can simulcast to TikTok and try that out. It's like, it's kind of neat, actually. Like, his way of learning how Twitch works is just building his own channel. Which I think is kind of awesome, actually. Definitely the sort of thing you want to see happening. And not like, you know, just using the fact that he's CEO as a method of promoting it either. Like, he's legitimately building his own channel, which is respectable. And I'm curious to see what he ends up doing with it. And how that affects his decision-making when it comes to, like, the direction of Twitch. So. Did you just lose that much, or did somebody win that much? I'm confused. Sentient. Okay, well, things are a little bit calmer than they were before. Next thing we're going to do is I'm going to go along here. I'm going to widen this. Actually, what I'm going to do isn't this. I'm going to do this. Run around the outside here and smooth all of this. Except for the areas I can't smooth. Those are going to get walled in. What I'm going to do is this whole outer area, all the way around the edge, is going to become an additional crossbow dwarf range. Maybe not all of it, but a good portion of it is. It's a nice change for once. Yeah, it would be like if Bobby Kotick had actually played a video game before. Speaking of companies that people hate, so Bobby Kotick is like out of a job as of January 1st, right? Well, turns out both Sony and Unity are hiring, so you know maybe he won't be out of a job for too long. He doesn't DJ. He sings country songs, but close. You know, the Twitch CEO isn't a DJ, but he does sing country songs. Okay, I need more bucklers. Are done with Bobby and can move on. There is a picture of a lawyer on a billboard in Las Vegas who is Bobby Kotick's doppelganger. Like, I've seen it. I saw that billboard a couple times. Oh, we finally found Glass Half Empty's body in the lake. It's very unfortunate that you had to see that. Why do I have stranded citizens? You are not stranded. This one may actually be. But none of the other ones were. So you can go up to there and then up to here. Weird. Bobby will probably use his golden parachute to pursue his true passion life, buying promising developers and ruining them. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Hopefully he just invests in bad startups and loses all that money. But we can only hope. So archery is really strong and has always been really strong. The problem is they just didn't work well enough to be consistent, right? For a very long time. So it's not that they don't work. They've always worked. They've always worked really well. Now they actually equip bolts. Basically what ended up happening was they would equip the wrong type of the wrong type of bolts usually. Now they just go grab whatever the highest value bolt available is, which is a perfectly like legitimate way of them doing their stuff. They will go around and they will go gather the best gear available. They will fill up all of their stuff, and then they will go to the archery range and they will train archery, and they will slowly become competent. In fact, they're competent enough to the point where I can probably just like remove them from training currently and just let them go do other things. So yeah, no, they are worth it, and they have been worth it for some time. All right, we are sorting those moods out. Hopefully we actually get migrants this year. You can just start out with good materials. And the reason you can just start out with good materials is that you just need to make a collection zone. Basically, you need to have a hole in front of the targets. Otherwise, the targets will use up the arrows as they hit them. So if you have a hole in front of it, then they fall down and then can be recollected. And currently, I have that many steel bolts. No, it doesn't, because they've made it now so that when you melt down stuff, you get a fraction of what was put into it, regardless of the item. So no, it is not worth it to melt down adamantine bolts. It's not an exploit. Hasn't been an exploit since version 50. None of those exploits work anymore. You could absolutely make them fall into a stockpile, yeah. Bolt stacking when? when they add it is when. It would be nice, but like they just equip the number of bolts that they need, right? So a dwarf like this is going to equip the maximum number of bolts that fits in here over time. So if that's 25 bolts, it'll be a stack of 25, or that'll be 25 individual bolts. Wait, what? Thank you very much for the 18th month. Welcome back. I'm not sure why sounds aren't working on Streamlabs. I'm sorry. Probably because I need to restart OBS or something. It depends on the material of the bolt, is how much they can hold. Vast majority of dwarves are constructing buildings right now. Are they all skilled? Novice, expert. Yeah, I will also give you guys a break. So chat room, I need to take a real quick toilet break because I've been streaming for 4 hours total. So 4 hours and 45 minutes. So I'm gonna go take a piss. I will be back. Don't go anywhere unless you really need to. Maybe. And if I come back to a hype train, you guys will always get bonus points. Seems like something Putnam might pick up just to reduce the number of hauling jobs. I think right now Tarn is just, when he's not working on adventure mode, Tarn is working on making archers and stuff better. That is like the main priority outside of adventure mode right now. So anyway, I will be right back.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Cheese for everyone! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Well, so much for stuff getting done. The armor has been possessed. Lore. Possessed by strange forces. And essentially something huge occurs that pauses and trades. Yeah, like I said, it's typical. Typical. Mr. Mac, thank you very much for the 13th month. It's on the edge of a hype train due to previous resub. So if you happen to have bits on your account or a Prime subscription, now is the opportunity to pop that. Or a resub. No sound? Gotcha. Can bolts wear? It depends on the material. I think like bone bolts can, wood can, metal don't. I mean, yeah, you're probably not wrong. I don't think it would be a matter of scanning. I think it would be like a job. Like dwarves would have to go around and collect them probably. But I don't know. I don't really know what's involved in that regard. All I know is that the game consistently gets better with every update generally, so I expect that to continue. There's a lot less dwarf inventories than tile on the map that updates lately. have been yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they've seemed a little small, but they've been major for what's been added. Like the content-wise, they've been pretty awesome. Amount of content, they've been pretty small. So, but it is nice having large amounts of content in new updates. And Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the $1.50. And Mr. Mac, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Linku. Appreciate you guys. It's nice to actually have the full leaderboard up there. Appreciate you, dude. What are you carrying currently? Rhinoceros bone. It's like a whole rhinoceros worth of rhino bone. No, absolutely, Red Riot Dawn. Absolutely. Been completely obliterating it, quite literally. With the kind of things enterprise software uses to optimize, so... Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, there's plenty of people out there who love to criticize Zach and Tarn Adams for their lack of experience or their lack of what I think a lot of people would describe as pretty standard programming knowledge, which I don't think is necessarily fair, purely due to the fact that, yeah, there might be some things that they could do better. However, the things that they are doing that are already unique are so unique, the game's worth playing on its own merits, right? Like, even with the issues. So, they've built a really cool thing that is quite unlike anything else, which is why I think Dwarf Fortress is cool. And thanks for the 10 pennies. Wait, what? Appreciate you, mate. All right, let's get ourselves a armory. So I'm thinking... Could put it on this layer. This could work. Maybe actually make a little walkway going into here, back here. And that could be where our weapons and armor could go. So we could do this and this. Down here. Yeah, I wouldn't as far beyond isn't the wording I would use. I would just say it's just there's nothing else like Dwarf Fortress. That's why I play Dwarf Fortress. I don't play Dwarf Fortress because it's a completed perfect product. Very far from it. I play Dwarf Fortress because there's nothing else like Dwarf Fortress. And that's just kind of all there is to it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Wait, what? Absolutely, it's a seriously special thing. And thanks for the little hype train, by the way, chat. Appreciate you. And also, I got confirmation from Tarn this morning that we will be doing another like Bay 12 Games interview sometime mid-November. And Lore the Armor has created Selenuren Lashutzor, a pig iron chain leggings, and offers it to the ageless creation. It's good to be back, Schmitchell. How's things? Pig iron chain leggings. What a strange material for chain leggings. This is a pig iron chain leggings. All Craftstor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval magnet-cut cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of pig iron and rhinoceros bone. So many of you probably don't realize this, but this is actually a guild hall. This is a metalsmith guild. I'm going to place it in here, in the metalsmith guild. Things be good? Good to hear, dude. Yeah, I think we'll try and probably get Tarn and Zach on the next one. Just because, like... that the topic will be adventure mode work, right? You're 24 now, and Dwarf Fortress is what you always wanted games like Minecraft to be? Hell yeah, that's awesome. Glad to hear it's had that progression for you. Needs like another subscription to level up the hype train, if anybody wants to. Otherwise, it'll just time out. It's all good. You've been sucked into from the depths, and or oxygen not included most of the time. Most of the same level. Dwarf Fortress, but Dwarf Fortress has its own unique niche. Yeah, there isn't really there's nothing quite like Dwarf Fortress. So, like I said, I'm going to make a. Does that count? Not quite enough to level it up, but it does count. Thank you very much for the $1, Mr. Berber. I am building a armory, is what I'm doing, and I'm thinking about maybe using minecarts to transport stuff into the armory, even though it doesn't actually need to go that far. Heck, yeah, well, is what it is. Would have need to be like $4, I think, to level her up. But it is all good. Appreciate the $1 all the same. DF is the game you wanted RimWorld to be. Yeah, that's a very common sentiment. But then again, like I hear the exact polar opposite from people who like, you know, play RimWorld, right? So, I mean, different games for different folks. You still don't know how it works. I understand the feeling, man. So what I'm thinking is I build a little minecart setup here that goes down 2 tiles and then across and then up into the armory. That's what I think I'm going to do. RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress, they scratch different itches. Yeah, no, to me RimWorld is more of a like a tower defense, wave defense type thing. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is a world sim. So very different games. Similar niche, very different games. You what? Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. And just as a reminder to everybody, because of the generosity of the Twitch chat and people who watch this channel, I do have a 70-30 split with Twitch. We are a Partner Plus channel, so I do get the higher revenue split than the average channel. So forget everything you've heard about Twitch not paying as well as YouTube. I actually get paid better. So there is that. It's more micromanaging. Oh, way more micromanaging, yeah. Way more micromanaging. Although Dwarf Fortress can be more micromanaging. You have to kind of go out of your way to make it that way. Dwarf Fortresses, 15 dwarves died. Oh no. Anyways. Where's RimWorld? Oh god, 15 people died. We're fucked. For me, it's more of a con. The thing that pushed me away from RimWorld, and I've told this story a billion times after putting like literally thousands of hours into that game, is just that a lot of the features that I really liked about its early access got removed from the game because the developer decided that they didn't like how players were playing their game, which I'm not a fan of. Versus 2 squads got evaporated? Yeah. Any cool updates in game? This game gets updates pretty frequently. What do you mean? Like RimWorld features? They removed fear. They made doors fucky. Those are 2 that really stick in my brain. They completely changed how strange moods work. They also, when they would go melancholic and get angry and whatnot, they used to just like take all their clothes off and run away, which they stopped doing. A lot of little things. Covering fire, suppressing fire was another feature I really liked. I mean, you could take what I say extraordinarily literally. Yep. Mm-hmm. We're going here. There we go. Deep Space, thank you very much for the 14th month. You're at 620 hours and you're still addicted and you haven't been able to play since you're nursing a triceps injury. I'm glad I'm back. Well, it's good to be back, and I hope your triceps feel better soon. Tricep injuries are no joke. Yeah, I agree with that too. Wait, what? I like the fact that the dwarves have a large amount of autonomy. Makes them a lot more believable. Elves here to trade once again, which I'm excited to poach. So let's just bring them cut gems. All of the white jades. And request broker at depot. How'd TwitchCon go? It was good. I feel like I'll be telling this story a lot over the next couple hours and days and weeks probably. But I have a lot more faith in the current Twitch. What's the word? I have a lot more faith in the current Twitch leadership than I've had in Twitch ever. The moron in you knows that you can't understand it. You only can't do what you convince yourself you can't do. So that is up to you. And I cannot convince you otherwise, but it's not a correct statement. Have more faith in your own intelligence. So I'm trading with the elves because they keep showing up with animals that I would like, and I'm hoping to stay on their good side so that they'll bring me more valuable items, which means bigger animals. This time they didn't bring me anything particularly interesting, just a wabbit. But we're going to trade with them for things. Let's trade a couple of these for this altar. Let's trade a couple of these for this. Let's trade. I don't want the rabbit. I will buy their cages though. And that should be it. Please bring me nicer stuff next time. Hunting wabbits? I don't want them wabbits. Swinging by to say hi, loving the YouTube videos. Hell yeah. Thanks for swinging by to say hi. The entire community is hella supportive of new players. If you need help, you can always ask. The forum and the subreddit or any of these streamers is probably one of the most invaluable resources in this community. You're giving me too much flattery, Lennox. This community is one of the most valuable resources in this community. Okay, so, greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. We elves are partial to the particular trees and the forests surrounding our lands. We loathe to share even a single branch. We will only allow you to butcher 25 trees. I actually have butchered 0 trees. So, in the entire time that we've been trading. 2 years now. I haven't chopped down a single tree. Once I actually have like a relatively solidified defense because, if you were watching earlier, we got attacked so much I was incapable of like even carrying out the bodies from the last attack. So that'll start again once I turn them back on. I haven't turned them back on yet, but I will. Basically, I want this to be functioning, which we're not quite at yet. Welcome back, Mako. But we're getting there. Maybe a couple more months or so in game. Yeah, there's generally a point where it's like, I either just A, accept that the fortress is going to die and just make a new fort, or B, just turn off, like, enemies. It's like those are kind of my two options when when forts get to that level. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Some chat members said, pick me to earn a dwarf. Would you like a dwarf, chat? What do you think? Does it look like you? Big Sparn, who got debated the last time, feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, has an overinflated sense of self-worth and can be very single-minded and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He could be considered rude, and he is a friendly individual. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he likes to brawl. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is curious and eager to learn, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he doesn't cling to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He personally values self-control and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes graphite and gold and goshenite and giant nautilus shell and the color rust, shields and bags and flasks and reptile men for their terrifying features, and the sound of the aquamarine mother and ensorceling. Okay. When possible, prefers to consume prickleberries and fisherberry wine and absolutely hates large roaches. Worships a deity and has no friends or family, and says he's curious. Tell me everything. Next up, we have this dwarf here, who is Mr. Burner. He's probably going to die in a ball of fire, I would assume, with a name like that. Very quick to anger, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, is quite polite, and generally finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and often feels discouraged. He can handle stress and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He's not particularly ambitious. He has a greedy streak, and he enjoys the company of others. He can sometimes act without deliberation. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds the following of tradition is a foolish and limiting, and values hard work and values sacrifice. I'm just checking something right quick. So I'm tabbed out of the game, so I can't actually see it. Yeah. Shit, there's a lot of you here today. Why is there so many people watching? Is it literally because we got raids? Is that what's happening today? Got some raids, so number go up. It's cool. I'm not going to complain. All right. Like star ruby and coral and the color tub gems and figurines and giant puffins for their colorful beaks, and the words of the crystal of irons on the site of the sensual blossom when possible for us to consume monarch butterfly, black bullhead, and beetroot wine. Yeah, no kidding. Out of curiosity, how many people are here because I turned a stream on YouTube? Like, I mean like in the Twitch chat right now. Okay, Diamond. I don't think you have a dwarf. Do you have a dwarf? Do you? Nope. No, you don't. Yeah, like, did you see me streaming on YouTube today and tune into the Twitch channel is what I'm asking. On my channel, the main one, Bobtron, because we can do that now. Partners or Twitch people can now stream on YouTube and Twitch concurrently. As long as we don't advise people to watch the YouTube stream over the Twitch stream, which is fine, because Twitch is a superior product, generally. Everyone, yeah. Affiliates, partners, everyone. There's here, I can link the guidelines if you want. Where was the actual thing that I posted? The guidelines. I know I posted it somewhere. Whatever, I'll just Google for it. There we go. All right. The diamond destruct here. Very impolite and inconsiderate of property, and only rarely feels strong cravings or urges. Doesn't generally think before acting. Did I read all this? He believes he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He does not often feel lustful, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is eager to learn, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance and culture. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he has a calm demeanor. Well, F you then. Well, thank you. Personally views any show of emotion as offensive, curses at them, and sees introspection as important, values sacrifice, and values a harmonious existence, and dreams of raising a family, but good luck with that because you have no friends. Ew, emotion. Sweet emotion. Honey Bun Holler is a farmer. Yes, I could theoretically multi-stream to every platform that is available. However, the green one is kind of icky because I don't like gambling, and TikTok is just creepy. So likely it'll just be YouTube and Twitch. I don't really feel like streaming on platforms I genuinely believe are a waste of time. Suited Giraffe, thank you very much for the tier 3 for 11 months. That's a long time. You mad lad. Honey Bun Holler can be very single-minded and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Is assertive and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Can handle stress and tries to not reveal personal information. Is slow to trust others and tries to do things correctly each time. And she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She tends to be a bit tight with resources when working on projects and doesn't focus on material goods and isn't particularly curious about the world. And I do absolutely have the bandwidth, yes, to do that. I just don't want to. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values loyalty, respects power, and values sacrifice. Welcome to the fortress, Honey Bun Holler. There's a snail. There's no longer a snail. We got another peasant. This peasant is now going to be named Hobbity... B4... N-C-H-O. Bancho. Bancho. It's like nacho, but with a V and a 4. As an overinflated sense of self-worth, could be considered rude, tends to be passive in discussions, tends to hang on to grievances, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. And he tends to consider what others think of him and does not go out of his way to help others. He is quick to anger and he is often nervous. He doesn't often feel envious of others and can handle stress. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects perseverance and sees war as a useful means to an end. Likes hematite and rose gold. Is married and has kid, meaning you're probably going to have a named wife and kid in a second. All right, well, here's your spouse. So your spouse is now officially the person who said pick me right after you. Pick and spawn. Laser Flame Wing is your waifu. She is 33 years old and is an optimist. Generally can lose focus on the matter at hand. She has an active sense of humor and she is slow to anger. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she is curious and eager to learn. She is somewhat quarrelsome and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally deeply dislikes competition and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Finds friendship burdensome and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. She doesn't really see the point in working hard and dreams of mastering a skill. You may end up in the military. She likes Kesserite and steel and absolutely hates snails. She's got quite a large family as well. Her younger brother's in the military and also a daytime stone carver. Her cousin's in the military as well. Future military. And then their kid, of course, is going to be... first person to say pick me gets it. Wants to be their kid. Any takers, chat? Wait! What? Oh. W-U-H-T-T. What? Wait, what? Is their child. Blazer Flaming, thank you very much for the, I want to say Fleming, but Blazer Flamewing, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. I appreciate you. He is very stubborn and he's not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He is somewhat quarrelsome and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. Tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He tends to avoid crowds and likes a little excitement now and then. He is very humble and he tends to consider what others think of him. He rarely is happy or enthusiastic and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and he tends to hang on to grievances. He laughs in a distinct fashion when he's exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dwarf after your own heart. Same. This particular dwarf dreams of creating a great work of art and personally deeply values introspection, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and considers craft dwarfship to be relatively worthless. Next up, we have a cheesemaker. If anybody else would like a dwarf, just let me know. But for right now, we are through the list of pick-me's. And of course, always get more dwarves named. Midnight Winter. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations and has little interest in joking around and doesn't seek out excitement and tends to hang on to grievances. He is trusting and he often feels discouraged. He is cheerful and he prefers to present himself modestly. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and he is quite ambitious. He can handle stress and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He lives a fast-paced life and he tends to he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract and inhales sharply when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And this child up here is going to be Sparky, who I don't think has another dwarf, but let's double check. Nope, we're good. So Sparky is the child, the grandchild of Ryo Shinkat and Led the peasant. And your aunt, who is also a child, is Neezer, which is interesting. She is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will leave things strewn about without a care. Is in a constant state of internal rage, probably why it's messy, and has an overinflated sense of self-worth, and is brave in the face of imminent danger and finds obligations confining. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He can handle stress and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He likes to take it easy and is somewhat quarrelsome and he's bothered by this since he values friendship. He could be considered rude and he is slow to trust others. He has a greedy streak and he occasionally overindulges and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and values nature and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. There's Midnight Winter. This is Fath. Your dwarf's still alive. Dying Sun passed away, so I can call you Dying Sun with a 2? Or we could just go Dying Sun 2. The sequel to Dying Sun desires little for himself in the way of possessions and likes to brawl. He often feels lustful, generally acts with an narrow focus on the current activity, and does not go out of his way to help others. He truly respects sacrifice and has a sense of duty. He is quite polite and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. And he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is not particularly curious about the world and thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he rarely feels discouraged and scratches his head when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, sees the whole pursuit of art as silly and and thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face, never grouse or complain, or even show emotion, and values sacrifice and sees war as a useful means to an end. Well, Dying Sun, congratulations. You can join the Stabby Club. So say your name. So I'm pretty sure I could just put this dwarf in there. Although I could also just turn off all of these. I'm assuming you're not critically injured, but let's see. Dying sun, dying sun, dying sun, dying sun, dying sun. Oh, interesting. You don't actually show up in here, even though I would describe you as like someone who could absolutely join military. Well, there's Vancho. Diamond, you can also go in there. There's my mayor. I like that the mayor isn't considered a noble. A noble? I can't find you in here. That's interesting. I would think that you would be in here. I guess like maybe you don't have the mental fortitude? Be the issue? Still trying to figure out exactly how to navigate the screen. I love liars smile. Hello. You are true. This dwarf's last name is Cogfocker. You are very correct in that statement. Holy shit, this is a big migrant wave. Still going. To be fair, this is what we needed. Oh, there's Dying Sun. I see. But a few more walk in. Beckett, you'll do fine. Also, thanks for all the follows today. I've gotten a lot of follows today. Probably because of the whole streaming to both Twitch and YouTube thing. But thank you. Appreciate you guys. Because believe it or not, gaining follows on Twitch is good. Well, let's also put Blazer in here. Let's get all the squads training again so we can gear up a bit. Looks like I need more breastplates. Round 3 of pick-me's? Nah, I think we're good for naming dwarves for right now. At the exact moment. Unless somebody is like dead set on getting one. Can probably hold off for a minute. Okay, so next step is we've completely removed all of this. Meaning we still have the last of this to do. That is open, so they're going to be running along here a lot. I was in the process of building this. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a track that's going to go all the way. I was going to say all the way through here, but clearly it didn't make it. Also, found more iron ore, which is good. Actually sure what stopped it. Maybe I just didn't dig the whole thing out. You're going to hit that. So this is just going to be a tiny little minecart track, which is going to go all the way along here. Oh, I kind of screwed up. I mean, that's fine. It's just going to have like a little up section that it doesn't necessarily need. So this is going to go all the way along here, all the way up to here. And then this is going to be a big stockpile for armor and clothing. And all the armor is going to come from here, this side. A lot of stuff seems super dangerous. Mostly just stress. Heavy risk. Also, that question suits your username. Mostly just stress. Most other things, like, if you just let bodies pile up, that'll eventually kill a fort. But really, is it something you need to worry about immediately? Not particularly. I mean, like, there's almost nothing that will just kill a fort, right? Like, you kind of need to neglect everything for it to kill the fort. So, and unless, like... Or caverns? Yeah, see, even caverns, well, I mean, I guess if left unchecked, but that won't slowly kill your fort. That'll quickly kill your fort if left unchecked. That was spooky. Werebeasts are significantly less of a threat when you realize that they can be locked behind doors. Yours was a were iguana. Yeah. Like I said, were creatures can be pretty scary, but once you kind of figure out how to deal with them, they're not so bad. They are not so bad. So this is going to be for armor. Except I don't really want... Yeah, we'll just leave all... We just won't put unusable armor in here. Everything that is usable will be put in there. Then right here, I think I'll use this for specifically bucklers and shields. Made of metal. That's it. And then there's going to be a new route, which is going to be called armor. It's going to start here. It's going to finish here. Going to take that cashew minecart. When empty of desired items. All right. There we go. Shields get placed in there. Although I got to go in here and I got to remove bins from that. A bunch of were squirrels. That's terrifying. That's all I can say to that, is that is terrifying. Not 3 and armor. Yes. I am very good at organizing my fortresses, in case you can't tell. And there's just going to end up eventually just being a stack of shields right there. Once they're done hauling all the clothing currently, which is what they're going to be doing a bunch of for a while. Okay, so. How are we doing for beds? Got quite a few dwarves that do not have beds. All right, let's make some bedrooms. Because that is something that we kind of have to maintain. You found this $400 Etsy ritual that's going to give you psychic abilities. Well, what are the abilities? Like, are they useful psychic abilities? Or are they just, you know, the same psychic abilities that all us normies have? Because frankly, if it's the standard psychic abilities that all of us normies have, I'd say honestly you're better off just like sticking with that instead of like going with some Etsy crap, because they might be scamming you. They may be putting a backdoor into your brain, and then how are you going to talk telepathically with other humans if like all you hear is ads for State Farm and Triscuits? I mean, that just sounds bad. Here when someone thinks about the McDonald's dollar menu. It's funny because we don't even have a dollar menu in Canada. It's a $2 menu. But yeah, sure. Making beds in the kitchens. Some people like to sleep where they work. I don't know. I'm kind of taking the put bedrooms literally everywhere tactic. Your mortal friends will be amazed. I have a question. Why are you so deep in Etsy? I mean, we all need hobbies. I get that. I have a hobby of like reminding myself that like super irrelevant bad streaming forms exist. Like, I used to be one of the 10 people using Smashcast when Smashcast went offline. The day that Smashcast went offline, I was one of the 10 people watching the one channel that was live. Just kind of counting down until they turned the servers off. And they did, and the stream disappeared. It was weird. It's good to be back, Raven. How's things, mate? This fortress has an absurd amount of coal. Okay, so since we're going to be getting attacked by the undead, I need to be kind of smart about this. Twitch folks are stuck in an ad, so I'm just going to be queuing stuff up. You thought you'd share the janky scams? Gotcha. I mean, yeah, that is pretty janky. You were looking at those stilts that made you look like you have an extra knee joint like a dragon. Oh. Okay. I know what you're talking about, but the weird backwards stilts? I saw somebody wandering around on those during TwitchCon, actually. Hey, chat, I'm just going to read this conversation I'm having with somebody on Discord. I'm not going to show you their usernames so that you don't, like, harass them or anything. I'm just going to read this entire conversation. Granted, I'm streaming, and my icon is purple. I'm also DMing the person who's in the server with them so that they know that there's scammers in their server. Anyway, this is what this person has. This person says, hey, and I respond, hello, question mark. This is all while I'm streaming. They just DM'd me randomly. And they're like, how are you doing today? I'm like, I just added you. I hope you don't mind. They didn't add me, by the way. And I responded with a shrug. And then they were just like, I saw you're a streamer. How's your streaming going nowadays? How's going your streaming nowadays? I shouldn't correct their strange grammar. And then I responded with, well, I'm live, so randomly adding me is kind of rude, TBH, with a smiley face. And then they respond, to introduce myself, I'm a small artist and animator. I do custom logo animation and VTuber models, all caps, emotes and overlays, etc. on commission work at fair prices. I'm running an exclusive this week on VTuber models. Buy one, get one free. For the Halloween special, would you like to see some of my recent work? No. No, I would not, actually. Is it a person with a fruit emoji in their name? Out of curiosity. Let's see what they respond after I say no. Really? Wow, that's funny. It's probably from the same server too, Midnight Winter. I already DM'd the server's owner, so. I mean, here's the thing. I got nothing against VTubers. Literally nothing. I just think that their meetups are just kind of funny. It's like it's amusing. It's not like I actually have anything against them. If people want to stream as a character, fucking, we've been doing that as long as Twitch has existed. Just back in the day, people used to wear costumes. Now they wear 3D models. I mean, whatever works. All the same to me. Streaming is streaming. I will say that there's a lot of people in that fandom that are real creepy. That's about it. But then again, anime tends to have that effect on people. All right, let's do that. And all the way up to here. Yeah, I don't like it when the avatar... I want the game to be like... But I feel the same about cameras, too. It's like, if your game or camera is using more than, like, 15% of the screen real estate, it starts to bother me. I actually don't know what percentage I'm using, but it's pretty small. Yeah, no, I mean, but the same, it's the same between a VTuber model and a camera. Like, there's really no difference there as far as screen real estate goes. %48 of my screen. I can do math. And like 40% would be almost half. You're not very good at math. Noted. Okay. Like I'm pretty sure it'd be like half the size of this. It is true. That is in fact math. Those are numbers, and you need numbers for math, so I cannot deny that that is in fact math. Raven got that screen zoom. Raven's just like leaned all the way in. Just noticed that you was gifted a sub. You was gifted a sub. If you refresh the stream, you'll get ad-free viewing. 90-10. Yeah. That's about right. That's about what I like. Trust me, I'm an engineer. What the fuck just happened here? An internet classic. So, what's the over-under, chat? Do you guys think that I'm going to have limited monetization on my streams by the end of today? I haven't cursed that much. I have said a couple naughty words, though. Don't worry, you're back. Welcome back! I'm an engineer, which means don't trust anything that I say. I'm an engineer, and then it's usually somebody will be like, I'm an engineer, and then with the caveat of not that kind of engineer, it's like, I'm a doctor, not that kind of doctor. You closed the app on your phone a while ago and checked back and saw the notification about the gift. Well, there you go. It worked, clearly. We brought you back. Software engineer. There you go. I am certainly not an engineer. Any tips on why you don't get merchants and migrants? Did you kill them? Did you steal their stuff? Did you try trading with them multiple times and fail? Are you at war with them? Did a bunch of them die on your map at some point? Those are my first set of questions. Are you under siege? Yeah, that's another question. Even though these sound dumb. And then also, if you go to your civilization screen and go to your faction, does it say that they are importing terror and exporting vengeance like this? Because if you're at war with them, it'll say that you're importing and exporting terror and vengeance. Yeah, do you have a dragon in the general vicinity of your fortress off map that is torching all your trade wagons? But if a bunch of like trade wagons die or merchants die or friendly to your faction characters die on your map, it may be a long time before you get traders again. Like a very, very, very long time until you get traders again. Just from the start, a lot of deaths and then 0 migrants and merchants. A lot of deaths of whom? Probably what's happened is if you lost like 90% of your faction or 90% of your dwarves or something, it's possible that they're just not migrating there because the site is too dangerous. It's also possible that you settled somewhere that your faction can't get to. Like if you've gotten literally no migrants, if you only got the first 3 migrant waves, it's possible that you've settled somewhere that your faction can't get to. So if you settled on a small island or behind a mountain range that's inaccessible to your mountain home, migrants literally can't get to you. So depending on where there's 1,000 different factors that could be affecting why you may or may not be able to trade and get migrants. Oh, I know why this isn't working. You're just near the capital? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're running DF hack, you could try fix Civil War, but it sounds like you don't have one. So I don't know. It's a good question. Basically, next time you do get traders, make sure that you trade with them. And you need to make sure that you have a trade depot built. And then just make sure that you trade with them. I'm also going to add weapons to this. That's fine. Bins can be in this stockpile. Practicing at the archery target. I like that. Feels happy remembering practicing at the archery target. Got some nerve damage. That's unfortunate. You're a novice crutch walker, as we all should be. You slap things around in paint, I might be about 5% of the screen. Yeah, that would be about my assumption. About 5% of the screen. Mark swerves are working okay? Yep. Yeah, no, after the last patch, they worked just fine. They automatically equip the highest value ammo for their weapon type. So if they are crossbow dwarves, then they will automatically equip bolts. If they are archery dwarves, then they will automatically equip arrows. And they're pretty good at it. So, although this one, they obviously need quivers. And then they train. I also need to change their uniforms so that they don't, fail to equip boots, but although I don't think they particularly need them. These guys, on the other hand, I think I will actually make a new uniform for them. Let's go breastplates, helms, greaves. Gauntlets. Low boots. Builds. Spears. And Lace's clothing. It's going to be called Spear. I don't think I'm missing anything. So we will confirm and save. Means they are all going to dump their clothes on the ground in a second. And I apparently need more greaves. Just make 50 of them, so that we have more than enough. An archer crawling is just as... I mean, when we're talking about crossbows, a crawling crossbow launcher might actually be better than a walking one because they'd have a more steady aim, no? At least I would think that they'd have a more steady aim. Also, I'm staring over at the YouTube chat right now. If you're watching on YouTube, click the heart button. See if I can get some hearts popping up. Curious to see like what the actual interaction is like on YouTube as I slowly work into this simulcasting world. Suddenly hearts appearing. Neat. Less likely to be hit? I mean, yes, technically. You basically get a free 100% dodge if you are lying down. I don't know. You do you about 47 Pandas. I make way more money on Twitch. So I would prefer people watch on Twitch. But the reason I'm simulcasting is for two reasons. To remind people that I stream, and also just to stream on more platforms because I can. They do have way less mobility. And they also have like less vision range. That is true. Oh, yeah, no, you just tell them to equip Gauntlet, and they will equip one on each hand, yeah. Yeah, no, you don't need to manually tell them to equip more than one. I'm actually going to go all the way along here. We are going to make an additional archery spot. And by additional archery spot, what I mean is I'm going to channel all this out. I'm going to have a 1 tile wide area along here. And then all the, from like about here forward is going to just be fortified. And we're going to go up from probably around here. That'll work just fine. So they walk up on this side. So that's one tower, and this is the other one. Yeah, I have it set to run ads in what they describe as a conservative amount. Which I don't know what that means. So which they describe as less spam. Well, it's unlikely it'll try a lava swim. Babies are less suicidal than people make them sound. That could mean anything. Yup. It could, in fact, mean anything, which is why I said I don't really know what that means. Yep. The coal is, in fact, still on fire. It will be on fire for a whole year. All of your dwarves are socializing instead of doing anything. The only way to fix this is asking the dwarf to assign the dwarf and only do this button to fix nothing. So dwarves have needs, and they need to satisfy those needs. One of those needs is a need to socialize and make friends and speak with friends. So if you do not allow them to have that for a really long time, they will immediately only do that. Also, that's a question. Do you have a manager assigned? But dwarves will prioritize their own needs first because they like to, not die. Just wait until this gets hauled out. That's another question. Have you set up burrows recently? I realize whenever people ask a question like this, and it's like, okay, now we're going to ask you 45 questions to determine your problem. But Dwarf Fortress is often a process of working backwards to actually figure out what the solution to the problem is. By just dying in rage depression battles? All right, well, there you go. Solution. I won't say it's a good one, but... Yeah, exactly. Because, there's 750 things that could be wrong. Some clothing got in there. Let's see if I accidentally torch any dwarves doing this. Any idea to why a bunch of your dwarves died of dehydration even though you have loads of booze? Highly likely, they didn't have access to that booze for some reason. So they're either being scared into a spot that they can't get out of. They are melancholic and too depressed to drink, because if dwarves get depressed enough, they will stop eating and drinking and die, just like real life. And so it's either one of those two usually, but it could also mean that they just simply don't have access to the alcohol. It's likely one of those. Yeah, that too. Did you disable any labors from being done? If you go into this, is everything selected as the people you want to do this doing this? You should not have tuned into my stream. Now you want to play DF instead of sleeping. For whatever it's worth, I will be on at this time tomorrow. And the day after. We stream basically Tuesday through Fridays, although I took Tuesday off because I got home pretty late the night before and felt like a human, I don't know, trying to think of a not super unflattering word for corpse. I didn't feel alive, I'll put it that way. I was like, I just traveled all day. I'm exhausted. Deceased, sure. Meat popsicle. I mean, I wasn't cold. And press only do this. Okay, so the issue isn't that jobs aren't getting done. The issue is that nobody is assigning the jobs, Baked Potato. Because, there was one time I had this issue, and then I realized that my manager was in prison. I literally couldn't get to his office to fill out the stuff. So you need to have a manager that has an office that's accessible. You can have a warm popsicle. Ain't much of a... Oh, I discovered a popsicle life hack a bajillion years ago. This is very off topic. Discovered a popsicle life hack. If you want popsicles that can't melt, make them out of Jell-O. Then you just kind of get a jiggly popsicle at a point. So instead of getting popsicles that melt, they just get a little jiggly after a bit. Manager's legs might be missing. Oh, these you know, manager's legs may be missing. Slight. All right, so who's ready to worship the almighty Avus? The Dusty. So just to confirm, they have this icon on them and little check marks next to them. So I think what else could stop Dwarves from doing orders? I know that like under the labor screen, under standing orders, if you fuck with this stuff, which I've done by mistake a couple times, I accidentally like disabled hauling food once with an old hotkey. Are they okay? What is their set job? Is it's just set to socialize, right? Specifically, it says socializing and not no job. No, so they're all socializing. If it was no job, I'd know exactly what the issue is. They may have just really needed to socialize. Yeah, do they have a do you if you have DF hack running, did you accidentally turn on the civilian alert? Do you have a burrow on? Yeah, no, absolutely, Darkson. It's the game paused. I know I've run into that issue where the game is indeed paused. I've definitely done that more than once. I was watching Belladere yesterday, and he was playing City Skylines, and he's like commented and complained, "Oh no, why don't windmills have an animation?" And then after a minute, he realized the game was paused. And they go to the office and start new jobs. Yeah, that's what's like confuddling me here. Because normally, like, I would have a bunch of different, like, oh yeah, it's one of these. But the fact that the manager is actually doing the job is very odd. I mean, if you want to, if someone in chat, is anybody in chat willing to take a peek at the save? You can check it into Discord. Because I mean, I don't have an issue with that if somebody in chat wants to. I figure if I put enough statues of the holy chinchilla around the place, eventually they'll start to worship him, right? That's how this works, definitely. Glory be its cuteness. So migrants have arrived despite the danger. Many hours wasted waiting for stuff to happen with the game paused. Yeah. Also very interested, but also very in bed. Yeah, well. Eek! Since you were very in bed and probably about to leave. Your name is amusing. So Eek, the real angry snail, is now a farmer who cleaves in a austere lifestyle, disdaining and even minor immodesties in appearance, and lives at a high energy and kinetic pace, has a strong tendency towards privacy, and has little time for forgiveness, and will generally seek retribution for past wrongs. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and can take offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Often finds himself quite hopeful about the future and has little interest in joking around, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He has a greedy streak, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is often conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Also, just as a reminder to people who are watching on YouTube, I do plan on enabling chat on there at some point. It's just for right now, it's a moderation concern. And it's not going to be enabled until I can figure out how to moderate and manage 2 chats at once, which currently I don't have a single clue on how to do that. So we'll get to it eventually, really. We'll get to it eventually. Okay. Not need alcohol to get through the working day? If they don't need alcohol to get through the working day, they are not a dwarf. Alcohol for dwarves is like water for humans. Water for dwarves is like a human drinking vinegar. He finds Arkward boring and respects perseverance and does not particularly value the truth. Dreams of raising a family. An inquisition? Of what? For the holy chinchilla god? You don't even worship it, though. You want to know a fun fact? I wash my hair with vinegar. True story. But then again, I also put my keyboard in the dishwasher, so I can't be trusted. How many of you drink shots of vinegar? I have. Do I actively do it? No. Water is used to clean wounds. Yeah, that is a little backwards, isn't it? You have so many questions. It's just as effective as shampoo. Vinegar. Vinegar is the best fabric softener and is like, if you're like me and have very sensitive skin on your scalp, I only use shampoo like twice a month. And that's only like when I really need it. I generally just use white vinegar. And Pricklebine count as taking shots of vinegar? No, but it does make you kind of strange. Speaking of questions, chat room. Let's go with someone else who hasn't had a dwarf before. Linku. Linku is a very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. He has very little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. And he is very stubborn. He is very slow to anger, and he does not inherently proud. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. That's like me. He often feels envious of others, and he tries to do things correctly each time, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. When greeting others, he smiles nervously. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally respects power, values independence, and values eloquence, and is put off by family. Hello, Corn. How's things? You also aspire to being only kind of strange? Yeah, well. I mean, I drink pickle juice. I won't drink olive oil. I'll drink olive juice or brine, but I'm assuming that's what you're referring to. So yeah, I'll do both of those. And as somebody who is kind of strange, yeah. Although I've used other brines in making other pickles before, which can be kind of nice. I just say hello to Corn. Crone. Crone pop in? I didn't see Crone pop in. I haven't seen that name in a while, actually. I'm mostly just waiting for ads to end because Twitch is... Some people on Twitch are probably stuck in ads. No, I said Corn, not Crone. Yeah, I haven't seen Corn, like, for forever. Unintended Warhammer reference, generally? I mean, chat, here, let me show you my most recent, like, purchase. So, when I acquire some AAA batteries, we'll be able to stream some tapes again. The intro. I also need to clean it. Got like some tape residue on the front. But yeah, I'm kind of strange. Not many people have, like, that. Although, with this slightly changed camera angle, for this here, I could totally just put a cassette deck on top of it, so I might just do that. Because I do have plenty of cassette decks. Yeah, because it's got stereo FM, which is quite rare. Yes. I got it for $60, which I'm very proud of. Very happy with. It was like an auction that was going on eBay, and I bid, and I got it. And I was like, yeah. I literally got it, like, I placed the bid an hour before it was done, so I sniped it from somebody, probably. You're buffering? Chat, somebody bestow Bastet with a subscription, and maybe they will stop buffering. Does that connect to your Apple account? Maybe if you tape it to your screen and have your Apple login logged in at the time with it on the screen. Ulfsire has an overbearing personality, and she's always tense and jittery and very impolite and inconsiderate of property. She is very humble, and she is quite ambitious. She lives a fast-paced life, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she tends to avoid crowds. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally greatly respects shrewd and guileful and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. I did once record a mixtape off of Spotify, so I guess theoretically you could go through the piracy route that none of them have ever expected or thought that someone would go through enough hoops to actually make happen. So, does that count? Margo, thank you very much for getting us something best. You're very kind. How many poems do you know? It's actually something I'm kind of curious about. Skills, knowledge. You know the Crystal of Irons, the Poem of Lessons, the Shove of Onslaught, the Spray of Clan, the Chocolate Grapes, the West Walk, the Oil of Cobalt, the Irons of Gold, and the Chartreuse of Sheen. And Deep Space, thanks for the 5-pack gifty subbies. Hey, you got Ghost Wizards in there. He cool. Next up. Deep 0 star 20 Deep Space. Good to be back, Deep. It is good to be back. It truly is. He is completely wrapped up in his own appearance and abilities and other personal matters. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He has an active sense of humor and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is assertive and he has a greedy streak, and he tends to consider what others think of him. And he occasionally overindulges and tends to hang on to grievances. And he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Elfie Bean, thanks for the $1. I appreciate you. And he tends to hang on to grievances, and he's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he can handle stress. He dreams of raising a family and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent, would have peace at all costs, and holds shrewd and crafty individuals to the lowest esteem. His wife, Ulfsire, is also here. So you are 162 years old, whereas your wife is 158. So good luck on that family thing. You got to get on that like pretty quick. Next up, we have a kiddo named Esm, who who's going to be Elfie Bean. Elfie Bean, okay, so Elfie, whoops, why do I keep hitting the wrong button? Elfie Bean's mother remarried, okay? Your father doesn't live here. Is either dead or something else. But you do have a stepdad. And some cousins who live here. Thigh Cut and Blaze. And, yes, you are in fact Elfie's mother. She has a low sense of self-esteem and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She is not proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she is slow to trust others. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and tends to be passive in discussions. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or Devil Dawn. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She can handle stress, and she occasionally overindulges. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally hates freedom and would crush the independent spirit whenever it is found. She finds leisure time wasteful and doesn't feel strongly about the law. She likes nice and light pewter and gray chalcedony, as well as color emerald and barrels. Alpacas for their resemblance to miniature llama as well. And she says a skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. Yeah, Elfie has dyed it. Actually, so that should be Elfie Bean too. How about I just sell out for a second here and go. Devil Dawn. Has a very calm demeanor, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She doesn't handle stress well, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she is quick to anger, and she tends to be very humble, and she tends to be very humble. Where was I? Given to flights of fancy, she's quick to anger, tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she is very humble. She is very humble. There we go. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her and lives a fast-paced life and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, or mastering a skill, rather, and personally values honesty and finds introspection to be a waste of time. And worships Ubar. Glassmaker. Yeah, except we have no sand, so I'm sure you'll get into metalsmithing or something. All right, I think that's it for names this round, unless there's somebody who desperately wants somebody. Because I need to go make more bedrooms. Is actually what I need to do. Okay, so let's go make more bedrooms. I'll take someone if I'm dead. That's quote of the day. I'll take someone if I'm dead. Is glass making mutable? Yes. Yes, it is. So hopefully you don't get a mood in the next couple of minutes, basically. Because I desperately need more bedrooms. Chubby Badger, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, friend. Let's see if I can just make this look a little bit more organic. Another video I've been wanting to make for some time is just like some tips on how to make your forts look more natural. Instead of like, you know, being stuck in squares or whatever. Because I see so many people saying that they have a hard time not making squares. Like, well, a lot of ways you can go about doing that, but... And the scaling like right here looks really bad for some reason. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's always worth farming in caverns. Caverns are the most efficient way to farm in. Is it okay if you like squares? Absolutely. What's wrong with squares? I just personally don't like looking at squares. Chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. And it finished at level 3. And that's 12 subscriptions and $2 in bits. How do you make a whole video out of fuck around with different designs until you find something you like? Well, you'd be amazed how many times I get questions like, how do you make a circle? These dwarves are hanging out in. Those are temples. I just haven't filled them up with altars. But yeah, these are all temples. And you were always being lopsided. I don't find those commands in DF actually speed anything up. I find they actually make me dig slower. But like kind of a lot slower. God, there's so much coal. Technophobic Freak has fallen into depression, which is a shame. Is this game hard to get into or good at? Game's very tedious, meaning, and obtuse. Meaning, is it hard to get into? Not really. I mean, like, it's no harder to get into than any large strategy game that has a lot under the hood mechanics. So if you learned games like that before, it's gonna not be much different. But it is a game you kind of want to have a wiki open for. Totally forgot to trade with them. We'll see you later, Neezer. You like the chaos rooms everywhere and everything mismatching? Yeah, I kind of like it too. So I got a bunny rabbit that's starving to death down here. Such a shame. But it is a named bunny rabbit, so I will put a sad bunny here. Is it punishing if you're bad at it? It can be, but the game gives you a lot of crutches. And a lot of that is about, like, where you settle. But also, there's pretty flexible difficulty options to the point where you can just turn all the actual threats off. And honestly, just do that and play the game and learn mechanics. Because it's a very, very, very satisfying game once you get deep into it. But there's a ton of tutorials on my YouTube channel if you're interested. But it can certainly be a lot sometimes. That being said, I think between my YouTube channel and my Discord, there's plenty of people that are interested and willing to help at all times. And when I'm live, if I can't answer a question that you have, chat can. Or we can, like, collectively work as a group to try and figure out what your problem is. Because, like, you'll notice whenever somebody in chat comes in and asks a question that we're not sure of, because it's like working backwards trying to find the answer, because without actually having the install of the save, it's kind of difficult sometimes. But something that I like to remind people about with this game is a successful and safe fortress is a boring fortress. A fortress with lots of strife and disorder is a fun fortress. So currently I actually have sieges turned off. I turned them off at the beginning of the stream because we were getting hit 3 times a season with unbeatable raids that I couldn't actually defeat with what I had. So we had to make the decision of, do I make a new fort or do we try and stick this one out? And chat wanted me to stick it out. So because of that, we have turned off sieges so I can actually get my defenses built. Losing is fun, and RimWorld stole that and now has it as a difficulty option, which, very typical RimWorld. Let's take a thing that's very Dwarf Fortress and then just use it in our branding so people think it's us. Very typical RimWorld. Yep. It's not sieges off. It's literally enemies off. But if you want to nerf cavern threats, the best way to do that is to go into the custom difficulty options and Cavern Dweller. Currently they're set to 0 because difficulties are set to no sieges. But if you set these to like 5 or 10, by default it's 25 and 50, which is nuts. If you set that to like 3 and then 10, you'll only get like groups of 5 attacking you, which is how I like doing it. I actually think the default settings for them are a little nuts. So yeah, if you have a problem with Cavern Dwellers, just turn them off. No one's going to judge you about that. They are quite annoying. Only had silk spiders spawn down there. Well, maybe you're fortunate. Maybe you're lucky. Maybe there is no Batman population. Which is possible. Man, charcoal's still burning. Good lord. Kind of surprised this isn't full yet, actually. Weird. You're a competent Marks Dwarf. You're a skilled Marks Dwarf. Let's let you guys go do other things instead of training for a little bit. How are we all doing over here? I want to acquire things. They're all novice spear dwarves. I think I'm going to let them train for a little bit. The world, you have a dwarf civ that almost died, a monarch off map, and then lost an expedition leader because they decided to take a bath in the river that was freezing. All other civs lost contact, and then you can no longer trade nor complete missions and other kinds, and you're enjoying the lack of nobles, but it's also a pain in the ass to not be able to trade or do missions, no raids. But visitors from other sites do show up, which is nice. Well, that's nice. It's kind of fun being in a dying civ sometimes. Also, not able to make soap from tallow because we're out of tallow, so I'll just turn that off. Still trying to make all those cloth socks, which is admittedly taking time. We'll just gather some of this crap. And once this bridge is done here, I will turn sieges back on. Yeah, you could absolutely rebuild a civ from nothing. There is a flying lungfish. I do love how adventurous lungfish are. It's like, lungfish, how are you flying? Lungfish, you do know that you're not supposed to be up there. Lungfish, come back down, lungfish. God damn it, lungfish. But yeah, no, you could absolutely, in theory, bring that civ back to its former glory eventually. I didn't realize I'd completely cut off access to this. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing that, stick there. It feels like some sort of pagan ritual at this point. That seems pleasant. Is there any particular reason that you're learning Linux? And then you have to bring it back from the brink. My advice would be play an opposing faction, because if you're playing as dwarves, you can invade other dwarves. So play as dwarves and then spend, I don't know, a couple years gathering up necromancers and making zombies and being evil, and then like sending all your soldiers to invade this other dwarven civ and demolishing the other dwarven civ, and then you retire that fortress, and then you've created your own bad guy. The evil dwarves, the dark dwarves of the north, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's all just up to you. You just have to start your, like, Dwarf Fortress is a game about orchestrating interesting scenarios for your fortress to go about completing, right? Like, that is the goal of Dwarf Fortress in many ways. It's about creating weird scenarios for you to play out. Let's get rid of this stockpile. I need another, like, finished goods everything stockpile elsewhere. Currently, we have this one. What if we made one here? Oh, hi. The person that made Godot Rogue. That game was a treat. Thanks for making it. Managed to get down to floor 20, which sounds like I'm saying something else when I say that out loud, but I think I'm also going to leave an aesthetic pillar in the middle for aesthetic purposes. Maybe several of them. Will that diagonal square flood that room? Yep. But I also didn't notice it, so. I was staring at chat. Thanks for telling me, chat. Thanks for teaching how to play this game. Well, you taught you how to play this game. You just maybe watched my tutorials, which helped that learning curve. But you taught you how to play this game. I didn't teach you anything. I simply made resources available that other people could use. There's this there's this quote in this video game, which is, he's never too proud of his talents and accomplishments. That's just me. Uh-oh. Got 2 tantrums. Please break things, and I will put you in prison. One of them was one of my military. Ral, I may have to remove you from being in the military if you're going to go do that. This one? This Ral? Yep, it was in fact that Ral. You spawned using the tutorial, and it put you like right in the middle of an enemy civ, so you've been role-playing as a forward outpost to slowly chip at the enemy's ranks. I kind of love doing that, just settling in the middle of an area that there's no way in hell you'd actually be able to survive for very long, and just seeing how long you can survive. Something else I like doing is pretending to be an enemy insurgent, which admittedly I haven't done this in forever, but you like just embark and start a fortress, and the idea is you attack and kill every single one of your own civs' trade wagons that they send. And then just the idea is you're only allowed to get items from trade wagons. So you send demands to as many different locations as possible and just be like, send us tribute. And then they send you tribute while you're training your soldiers, and then you like kill their wagons when they show up and steal their food. It's pretty fun. I haven't done that in a minute, but it can be quite entertaining. All right, let's let some more of this get done. With a myriad of goblinite? Totally. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Vast majority of those tutorials that I made that I've been teaching people this game, I made back in December. And I made them mostly in the first 3 weeks of December. And I don't remember much of December, to put it bluntly. I really, really, really don't remember much of that month. Because most of that month for me was just sitting there sweating, cranking out tutorials, and trying not to fall asleep in my chair. Because I didn't sleep much all of December. You didn't know you could smelt goblin stuff? Why else do you think they call it goblinite? I mean, to be fair, you can't smelt elven stuff. Well, I mean, and get anything back for it. You can't smelt it. It'll just turn to charcoal, but... Nope. I need more doors. Yeah, I've had some people talking about that. That would be a neat recycling option. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you don't have a tavern keep without a dorm, then yeah, you're in trouble. Or if you have a tavern keep without a dorm, and lots of visitors, you're definitely in trouble. Plus flex layer. What more could you ask for? True. Pause for a minute while we're waiting for ads to run. Yeah, I think the most people we had watching on the YouTube side of things was 40, which I'm still quite impressed by. Still haven't found Fluxstone. Gotcha. Well, I mean, there's many different types of Fluxstone. Like limestone is a Fluxstone. Just as an example. Like chalk is a Fluxstone. There's no stone just called Fluxstone. If you're looking for it. Unless you're somewhere with no Fluxstone, in which case then you'll get no flux. Yeah, marble's a Fluxstone. I don't even know all of the Fluxstones off the top of my head, but we're mostly using limestone in this fortress as our flux. Oh, perfect. Good timing on the save game. Marble, limestone, calcite, chalk. Exactly. I mean, there's like 10 of them or something. They can also, like, import them. You can also import them. That's the sentence I was trying to say. Dolomite? Oh, is there only 5? Okay. There's like 10. I'm the guy that knows everything about this game. There's like 10 of them. No, there's only 5 plant. Okay. So you've had it this whole time? Possibly. Highly likely, even. Hey, chat, you guys want to see something funny? It does require a flashbang, though. So I've been streaming to YouTube now for 5 hours and 34 minutes. It's my first ever stream on YouTube. Check this out. Made 0.001 penny. I'm rich. That's all I'm saying. YouTube money, get. Don't know why you can't use bones as a flux. Is that a thing in real life? Because I know nothing about this, if that's the case. Ah, that's all an aquifer. That's unfortunate. Of course, haggard, repentant, that's a good thing. Being haggard is the best state that a dwarf, or rather, being repentant is the best state that a dwarf can be in whilst in prison, because it means that they are desperately trying to repent and become happier, but because you're already haggard, I don't know if you'll get that. Dwarf experienced trauma in 355. That trauma caused them to rest and recuperate, and they felt guilty about that. They were then frustrated after suffering a major injury the next year, guilty upon being able to rest and recuperate, so got another injury. Dwarves have arrived to trade. Has had some happy thoughts in recent memories, but they've been few and far between. What crime did they commit? Disorderly conduct. They injured Methstos and Midnight Winter. So they went around and beat some people up. Hello, Sniper. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing okay. I think I'm gonna sell the bows that we have. Sell these warhammers. Copper spear. I will keep the bismuth bronze spear. Maces aren't contraband right now? Weird. Kind of surprised by that, actually. Because they've been contraband for large portions of this stream. I'm doing all right. A little hungry. It's almost lunchtime. 'Tis almost lunchtime. I'll have to make a sandwich soon. I didn't make a sandwich before I started the stream. I might also need to go grocery shopping tonight. But for anybody who's just tuning in, the plan for today's stream is we are going to do the simulcast until, I don't know, 4:30, which is coming up. And then I will be streaming some City Skylines 2 because my curiosity is going to kill me. Well, if anybody is curious, chat room, go download Baked Potatoes file on Discord and see if you can figure out why dwarves doing no jobs. And before like somebody else loads up the file and just the dwarves just are normal, like no issue. After 15 years, I mean, the great tales of the insanity of the great mistress. Oh boy, I'm gonna look at it. Go look at it. Someone has a unionized save? What, everybody refusing to do any work? They brought an alpaca. I'm actually going to grab the alpaca so that I can shave it if need be. Might as well buy the barrels. I'll buy the book, and that'll be fine. Okay, so the alpaca is going to go right here. Can go live with my rhinos. Rhinoceros. And now that we've done that, let's go to settings. Turn enemies on. Stay back. Stay back. I'm your outpost liaison. Let's discuss your situation. Flattered, but we'll keep our distance from the homeland. Actually, is that dwarf no longer haggard? Holy shit, no longer haggard. Look at this. The repentance is actually helping. Like, this dwarf is still stressed, but they went from being maximum possible stressed to actually quite happy. What a dwarf. You truly are repentant. Meanwhile, we still have this dwarf. Who, like... This dwarf is having a rough time. I mean, they did lose their only child. Who lived here. They are bonded with a rhino, too. Maybe that's why they're so upset, because I slaughtered a rhino. Yeah, we already, like, worked our way through that into empty. Hence why we're all so confused about the whole thing. I mean, that still may be the case, but... So all this over here is going to become another stockpile. And this is going to become furniture and siege ammo and finished goods. I think that's pretty much it, actually. Maybe also sheet. Put paper and parchment into there. So there's just going to be a big old wall of dwarves running up to here, I assume. Grabbing stuff and running it all over here. Looks like those never got finished, so this track's never hasn't been working because of that. That's good to know. You need a conga line manager? There's something very satisfying about just like swarms of dwarves going from place A to place B. Rabbit has grown. Seneval? Is that how you say that? I'm probably butchering that. Thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, friend. Means a lot. Excuse me. Sliding over the floor is always a nice feel. We could do that. Gonna take a little bit for these jobs to be assigned, but... Seneval? Really? Huh. I find that hard to believe, but thank you. Their goal for the fort? Exclamation point goal in the chat. On you? Oh, really? Well, cool. Glad that you've been enjoying Heatstone and Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate was a interesting fort. It didn't end up being anything like I wanted it to be, but the actual goal for this fort, aside from that response, is steal that mug, which is Mortal Throw, and then try and overthrow as many of these necromancers as possible. Those are the two goals. Overthrow necromancy, acquire cup. There's actually a video on the YouTube channel of me discovering that mug. Yes. Actually, I'm curious. Artifacts. Okay, no, there is no search function on this one yet. Migrants have arrived despite the danger. 2 of them? Well, 2's better than nothing. That and yeah, do dumb shenanigans with lava. You know, like lava. Lava, 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 lava. I lava me some lava. Actually need 3. Well, don't necessarily need 3 squads to do this. You removed the smoothing order and they all went to work. Really? Mac doesn't have a compatible version yet? I've been told it runs well in wineskin, but as a weirdo who uses Windows and actually kind of likes it generally, except for the odd time where they break my settings, I have no idea how to actually do any of that. So I'm saying that just as somebody who's like, yeah, I'm aware that that is a thing that exists, that works as far as I'm aware. That's about it. So I'm assuming this is an aquifer. I'm just going to dig back into this. Fill her up with whatever's closest. That is very funny that it was a smoothing order. Yeah, see, I never would have been able to guess that. Like, literally never. Let's actually not go this way. Yes. It's a barracks where they're training. It's also an ammo stockpile, and it also has a mist generator above it. You've had no issues in over a month. I did actually have somebody say that they've stopped playing because of that patch because it started causing them issues, which I think's interesting. But it seems like aside from some fringe issues, generally it works, yeah. Really? Is it just crashing? Yeah, unfortunately, the Mac version is still quite a ways, or is still quite a ways away from what I've heard. I'm not sure why they all decided to bring heavy boulders up this way when they could have just used these, because I said use closest material, but... Yeah, if it's crashing, it's likely mods, yeah. Also, yeah, that's another thing about, like, issues with the game. If you're using a lot of mods from the workshop and shit's breaking, I basically can't help you, because it's probably the mod. Random crashes, probably a creature without a sprite trying to spawn, or something without, like, blood trying to spawn. If, like, your game's randomly slowing down, it could be something that the game is trying to do. Just saw me and you're recommended. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen somebody with a better TTV Pro icon. But anyway, hi, Shock Noble. Well, I've made the vast majority of the tutorials on YouTube that have taught the majority of new people who popped into the Steam version how to play this game. So if I can't help, I guess nobody can. You're a sellout. How's that a sellout? You're supporting a product you like. That's not a sellout. I mean, I have an FFZ supporter badge, which oddly enough, I didn't even buy myself. It was gifted to me. Wink. And then lava come up there. Well, the classic version is the exact same game, but it looks like this. So that is up to you. Is something that looks like this helpful in you learning the game? If yes, then yeah, absolutely. It is the same game. If that is going to be a detractor from your enjoyment of the game, I would say it is better to buy the game. Yeah, it has mouse controls. It just looks like that. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm assuming it. I mean, honestly, like, if that counts as a view and I don't pay much attention to the way YouTube streaming works, because it hasn't been relevant to me up until now. I don't know. Honestly, you know what helps me? Watching my streams. That's about it. Trying to follow my steps verbatim. If you want something that's slower, I would recommend watching either my tutorial Let's Play or the initial getting started video I have, because both of those videos are a lot more calm and collected, whereas the quick tutorials, the idea is I cram a lot of information into a very short period of time. That's the whole point. Gloves, thanks for the 11th month. An 11-month streak, a tier 2. Appreciate you. Well, thank you. Into empty. I mean, shoutouts to Twitch for allowing us to simulcast, right? Like, I've been for anybody who's just come over from the YouTube channel or is new to the streaming side of things. As of November, I will have been streaming for 10 years. Streaming. How the heck did I end up with that as iron? That was a misclick. I've been streaming for 10 years. So, and as of the 30th, in 5 days, I will have been a Twitch partner for 5. So I've been doing this for a really long time. Which is why, like, streaming has always been my priority. I know that, like, there's been, like, some, like, sadness from the YouTube side of things that they wish that YouTube was my priority, but streaming is my priority because of how long I've been doing this. It's like I've only been taking YouTube seriously since 2019. Which partner 5-year anniversary whiskey party? I don't even know what I'm doing. I'll be honest with you. I haven't thought about it. Maybe I'll have a glass of whiskey. I'd need to go buy a bottle of whiskey. Decade swim club when? Swim club? I don't know. When it comes to Twitch, when it comes to streaming as a job, I've probably been streaming longer than the vast majority of people out there who are like full-time. In my experience, generally I've been streaming longer, which is why it's always kind of funny whenever I'm just like feeling bad about myself or like mad at the fact that my career has only gotten as far as it has and hasn't gotten further. I just go and I look at like the top 50 biggest streamers on Twitch and I look at when they all made their accounts and I go, oh, well, fuck. Like biggest account on Twitch. Account was made 9 months ago. Doesn't make me feel any better. Well, fair enough. Empty. I'm not a big, like, celebration, give me money, ooh la la kind of person on Twitch at all. There's a lot of, like, people that I've known over the years where it's like, it's my birthday, I have a $1,000 tip goal. It's like, what the fuck? Then there's me where I'm just like, I've been doing this for a while, I guess. It's about staying power. Yep, I agree. It's not off of YouTube without a strong Patreon. I mean, here, let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Prepare for flashbang, chat. This is the last 28 days worth of revenue on my YouTube channel. It's in Canadian dollars. So that's over 336,000 views. So I wouldn't say it's really hard. I think it's just hard to make money on the internet in general. It's just hard to make money on the internet. Just appear. But you know, we got the Twitch stream, we got the Patreon, we've got all kinds of sources of income that do okay for us. How was TwitchCon? Great. No banner flags. TwitchCon was great. I have a lot of faith in the current leadership at Twitch, which isn't something I would have said about the leadership of Twitch for the majority of my time on Twitch. Linku is in a strange mood. Probably Carpenter, I would guess. Came to Carpenter shop. There you go. As Dwarf, 51 years old, finally gets to make their artifact. They go and they grab some tower cap logs. I agree, Sniper. That is a very good whiskey. I'm a big fan of Ardbeg 10-year. Would probably be my favorite. Although my favorite affordable whiskey is probably Famous Grouse Smoky Black. Investor board we don't like? I don't think investor board said anything negative about him. What? Got pig iron bars. I kind of like watching the dwarves like snake through the tavern. Reminds me of walking around Twitch. It's like trying to avoid people. Ooh, platinum nuggies. Putting words in their mouth. Yeah, I get you. There's always someone not happy. Yeah, true. Generally, the people that are not happy with Twitch right now are just streaming on different platforms. And generally, I think that that's kind of for the best. Because, you know, it means that there's fair competition. So if you don't like the way Twitch is doing things, go elsewhere. Problem solved. Everybody wins. Although currently I'm just sitting here and waiting for the game to save. So chat room, I would like to try out Cities Skylines 2. I'm aware that it has bad reviews, and I'm aware that it runs like piss. But they sent me key for it, and I'm curious. So I've been streaming for 6 hours on YouTube and, 7 hours overall? I think I'm going to let this dwarf finish the artifact, and then I'm going to go make a sandwich and let the game run for a little bit. Then I'm going to eat that sandwich. We're going to finish a few more things up in this fortress, and then we're going to save, and we're going to go play some of that. How's that sound? Snatchers? We must protect the children. Well, we caught a bunch of them. Do you have fun, honestly? I've heard, like, pseudo good bad things about it, like mixed things about it. So, got snatchers. So something else I would like to do today is I would like to move this. And also most of this. This, I don't want my crafting stuff to all be right here. I want it to be on this lower level. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to place a bunch of rock right here. We're going to move the trading depot down to here. Yeah, no, that's what I've heard from, like, literally everybody, so. Yep, I'm sure it'll get there. Uh-oh. Terrified after wait, what the heck is happening? Oh. So Burr, the spear dwarf here, just stabbed Utes the goblin to death? Dwarf stabs the goblin in the head. Oops, wrong button. With a steel spear. And the injured part is cloven asunder. I'm not surprised that that child ran away. I'm not sure if there's any other goblins around, but... Any idea, perchance, why my dwarf is spending his days doing nothing but charging into and out of his military uniform? He continues to do this when removed from the military. Ban the gear he's trying to equip. I'm not entirely sure what causes that, but it does definitely happen sometimes. Just, like, forbid it. Just wait until all of his stuff is dumped, and then just forbid it like this. But it's probably an equipment mismatch, like Diamond is saying. It's like you can't wield two weapons at the same time is like the classic example, but there's a few different examples of what could be causing it. An ad break just started on Twitch. I'm going to go make myself a sandwich. I will be back and leave the game paused. So if you're lurking in the chat room, now's a good time to use sound commands to entertain the chat, if you happen to have access to them via Patreon. And till then, BRB 2 minutes.
Cheese for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Gobble, 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 gobble.
It's a unit system. I know this.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Bring out your dead!
Over here, he has a sword!
You fucking donkey!
Yeah, dude. Let's go.
Sound interesting?
Nuclear vessels. Bring out your dead.
I've been informed that they are bringing out your dead. Yes and no, Vibin. Not really. That's more of an issue in older versions of the game, not so much in the current version. Love how your mining dwarves will mine like 6 blocks, then go to another floor and mine 6 blocks. See, the reason is dwarves consider vertical to be the same distance as horizontal. So, like, there could be a stair on this side of the map, and they could be mining over here. And if you've told them to mine this layer and the layer beneath it, and the mining spot is at the same spot, they will literally walk to the stair at the other end of the map to get to the one above them because they think that that's closer. Just like, duh. Hey, Rolf. It's good to see you. I have a mouthful of cheese sandwich. Cheddar is the kind of cheese. Also what G-Fin said, yeah. Not as of Friday. Dapper Dreadful. So yeah, not as of Friday. It was one of the things they announced on the first day of TwitchCon, that they were lifting all simulcasting requirements. Although, interestingly enough, from this is a lot of hearsay. I don't actually know if this is 100% for real, but apparently the reason it was changed was because Ninja had a conversation with the CEO. Literally, like, took him out for lunch, and they just sat down and talked about it. Basically saying, it's like, yo, like, this will just grow the platform. Which, you know, it's like that very brief moment that Twitter was like, hey, we're not going to link to any other social media services. Well, I mean, that would be like me and beer. I believe that a lager from Vancouver, Canada is very different than a lager from Belgium. Linku, the animal trainer, has created Inul Savant, Olboth Zonek, a tower cap floodgate, and offers it to the ageless creation. I could actually use that, probably. This is a tower cap floodgate. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with native platinum cabochons and decorated with tower cap and water buffalo leather and water buffalo bone, and encircled with bands of pig iron and oval native platinum cabochons and marquee cut white jades. This object menaces with spikes of tower cap. Depends on if I like it. If I don't like it, it won't survive very long. If I like it, I'll savor it. That actually, like, is how I end up drinking lagers generally. If I enjoy drinking it, it won't won't last as long. Let's put it there for right now. You don't even need to go that far. This is true, yeah. This is very true. I think I'm actually going to build this room. Build the walls. Oh yeah, no. It works like a charm. It's great. But it'll only work like a charm if you have good upload speed. Oh, you want me to swap over to that? I'm literally just finishing up this stockpile, and then, yeah, we'll get to that. We are almost done with dwarfs for the day. And that's Diamond Destruct saying, buddy, I gotta go to bed soon, mate. Which, I get it. Yeah, I tend to always joke whenever I'm going to go traveling somewhere that I go to the pub the night before I leave, not because I don't like flying, but because it's the best beer I'm going to have until when I get back, because regardless of where I go, the beer will be worse. You're an hour overtime already? Oh, no. We all start somewhere, Optimus. Alrighty, Lanix. Alright, so... this right here is just going to be animal and cage storage. And then this, go away. Turns out, I need bigger cage storage. You almost don't want to invest now because you have 66666. I mean, you could just all in. You know, fun fact, Optimus, I know that's a joke, but if you could actually do that, I would get banned from Twitch. We're not allowed to have any cryptocurrency gimmicks on our channels. Mostly thanks to NFTs. This is the first time you've watched a stream you've remained on for more than 30 seconds. Well, I finished the sandwich now, and thank you, Into Empty. Means a lot. I'm glad I can buck the trend. Now down here. Man, we'll just use platinum blocks. We'll be gaudy. Why not? Let's be gaudy. The Forgotten Beast. Yned Loduno has come. An enormous 3-eyed Dimetrodon. Has a pair of squat antennae and it belches and croaks. Beware its poisonous sting. It's on the upper level, so this most certainly cannot get down to me. Unless it goes in here. So, I think I blocked all this off. We should be good. It shouldn't be able to get to me. All right. Yeah, it's just like whose line is an enemy. The points are made up and the rules don't matter. The rules are made up and the points don't matter? That's, yes, bad. I mean, both. Interchangeable. Today in Firebolt was a good day. We made some progress. We've recovered moods quite a bit and recovered the population and turned sieges back on. Got lots of storage and all sorts of things brewing around the edge, around the fringes. I should probably just place these doors already, which I certainly haven't done and should have. So let's just place these doors and get some more bedrooms made. And tomorrow, for Dwarf Fortress, we will actually not be playing this fort. We will be playing a brand new fort. I'm going to be starting a pocket world of maximum savagery. And the rule is I will not be allowed to bury bodies. So ghosts galore. So that'll be fun. We're gonna do that. That's gonna be my Halloween special. So we'll start that tomorrow. And we will come back to Firebolt after the 31st, or if the fort dies. Guess we can burn them? No, but I can't throw them into a very deep hole. Basically. Gonna be a very deep hole. A gremlin! Drive it away! Where'd it be? Oh, gremlin. Ah, look at him. He gremlinin'. He grimacing. He plotting. He running away. Now, with that, it's time to call it for Dwarf Fortress for the day. Apologies, Frederick Geek. Chat room, you guys can say goodbye, YouTube, because I'm turning off the YouTube stream now. Because this is where the VOD is going to cut. If you're watching on YouTube, or if you specifically would like the VOD will go up on my second YouTube channel, Blind Extras, in a couple of days. I am not ending the stream on Twitch. The stream's going to keep going. We're gonna go play City Skylines. But the Dwarf Fortress segment is done. So if you're watching on YouTube and want to keep watching, you can move over to Twitch. Or alternatively, just hang out and chat if you're already here. And we will be playing some City Skylines too, because I'm curious. That's it. I'm just curious. Thanks for joining us, YouTube. And thanks, chat, for hanging out. All right. We now should be offline on the UbTubs. That was an interesting experiment. That was an interesting experiment, streaming on YouTube. We had a maximum of 47 viewers on YouTube. It seemed to have like a very similar cadence of drop-off to the Twitch channel, but it got down to 17 by the end of it, which is a little... I streamed OpenXCon before. I haven't streamed it, but I played it. All right. All right. So, with YouTube being done, I can now close that. Let's just manually click end stream. Because there's this big ol' end stream button. Okay, so we had 48 peak concurrent viewers. It got 810 views on the stream, and the average view duration was 15 minutes and 21 seconds. All right, that's interesting. I'm learning about all of these interesting YouTube tools I've never seen before. Oh, hey, Ranger.